Good morning. Welcome to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for the 2024 U.S.-Ukraine Partnership Forum. Please welcome to the stage Suzanne Clark, President and CEO of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, along with our partners at the Department of State, USAID, and of course the Embassy of Ukraine, welcome to the second U.S.-Ukraine Partnership Forum. I want to offer a special note of appreciation to the many companies represented here today who are already making a difference in Ukraine. Together, to set the stage for transformative progress, we launched the Chamber's Ukraine Business Initiative to unify and facilitate the business community's involvement. And the private sector has truly stepped up to the challenge. When we met here just a year ago, we brought together senior U.S. and Ukrainian government officials, business executives, and thought leaders, and we embarked together on a path forward for the reconstruction, recovery, and modernization of Ukraine. This effort now includes companies from a wide cross-section of industries, from tech, agriculture, financial services, energy, consumer products, and infrastructure. And collectively, this voice, your voice, is pushing for the urgent investment and engagement that is needed for Ukraine. Over the past years, members have engaged directly with key Ukrainian decision makers, including the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Economic Development, the Minister of Energy, and the Office of the President. And we are honored that this very talented ambassador, who has become a close friend of the U.S. Chambers, is a frequent guest and a good advisor. And welcome back, Madam Ambassador, and you know you are always welcome here. We like to particularly say this when her bosses are here. We have convened high-level officials from the European Commission and the European Council to discuss how we can more closely align our efforts to assist and revitalize Ukraine's economy. And we have engaged regularly with officials across the U.S. administration and Congress. As we speak, as you all know, Congress is deliberating on emergency supplemental aid for Ukraine. For months, the Chamber has urged leaders to pass an aid package that allows Ukraine to defend against Russian aggression and stabilize its economy. In our view, there is only one path forward: victory for Ukraine. Victory for Ukraine's sake. Victory for Ukraine for the world's sake, because this would represent a victory for democracy and for democratic values and ideals. What happens in Ukraine is a matter of national security, not just for Europe, but for the United States as well. Action is essential now, and we call on Congress to get the job done quickly. Senior members of the Chamber team traveled to Ukraine last December to hear directly from leaders on the ground. The Chamber participated in the Ukrainian Recovery Conference in London last year. We're looking forward to that conference in Berlin this year. But through all of this work and all of this engagement, our focus on securing continued U.S. support for Ukraine and ensuring U.S. policymakers understand the opportunities and the challenges for the private sector. We're advocating for much-needed legislative reforms that are critical to building a better business environment in Ukraine. And we're working to provide our members with opportunities to offer your insights, your expertise, as we continue to lay the foundation for Ukraine's recovery. So much work has been done. We are seeing real progress. We see it in the EU's decision to open negotiations for Ukraine's accession. We see it in the opening of critical commercial routes, and we see it in the companies here today that have chosen to invest in a vibrant, prosperous and democratic Ukraine. Today's forum will build on the work we've done with our allies and partners over the past year. We'll hear from senior Ukrainian, American, and European officials about ongoing efforts to enable Ukraine's economy to grow, even during conflict and into the future. We'll hear from our partner countries why their governments and businesses believe it's both critical and advantageous to invest in Ukraine's security and economic prosperity. And we'll hear from company executives about the work they are doing in Ukraine through commercial operations and crucial public-private partnerships, and what measures they believe would help shape a better operational and investment climate. We have always known that this would be an enormous undertaking, and it would require multi-year engagement and international coordination, as well as significant financial investment from the private sector. And while this is a long-term piece of work, every day is critical. Every day we have to keep moving forward, because an investment in Ukraine's future is an investment in our collective future. And now we are very pleased to be joined by a valued partner to the Chamber and a strong advocate for the American business community. Penny Pritzker's extensive experience as an entrepreneur and her time serving as Secretary of Commerce under President Obama give her a unique understanding of the need for public-private partnerships on challenging issues. The war in Ukraine and aiding in its recovery is also deeply personal. Her family owned and operated a grain store outside of Kiev before emigrating to the US more than 100 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery, Penny Pritzker.
Good morning, and thank you, Suzanne, Prime Minister Shmihal, and all of you for having me here today. It's a great privilege for me to open this year's Ukrainian Partnership Forum and to speak with you about why, even now, especially now, is the time to think about Ukraine's economic future. As we speak, we are facing a confluence of crises: Iran's attack on Israel, the tragedy in Gaza following the terrible attack on October 7th, China is probing our defenses in Taiwan, everywhere from Taiwan to TikTok. All of this against the backdrop of an election year where more than 64 democracies, representing half the world's population, will go to the polls. This includes the EU and our own, where everything from climate change to household purchasing power to democracy itself seems on the ballot. It's easy to get overwhelmed. With all of this uncertainty, the forum is a chance for us to re-anchor ourselves in Ukraine's authentic right to win the war with Russia and take its place as a prosperous, independent, open country integrated into the Euro-Atlantic institutions and global markets. Let me remind us that despite the war, the Ukrainian economy, just like its military, remains alive, active, and resilient now. Ukraine's GDP is expected to grow around 4% in 2024, and after 5% growth last year. State revenue increased 25% in January 2024 over the previous year. 2023 saw investment up 17%, with over 37,000 new businesses registered in Ukraine, more than 2021, the year prior to the full-scale invasion. And more than half of those businesses were founded by women. Such results don't just happen. The United States, together with many American companies represented here, have supported Ukraine's economic resilience. Here are just a few examples. We pushed through a $156 million deal to provide 40 diesel locomotives for Ukraine's National Railway, UZ, and its 200,000 iron people, enabled by Exim bank financing. This is the first such deal by Exim since the full-scale invasion. We worked with the U.S. National Academy of Sciences to create a new multi-million-dollar joint science and innovation fund for Ukraine, which will commercialize, cutting-edge research in the service of Ukraine's economic development. This is similar to initiatives that the National Academy of Sciences has in Israel, India, Egypt, Pakistan, and Mexico. And you're going to hear a lot more about that from President Maria McNutt later today. We're expanding funding for Ukrainian entrepreneurs and business leaders, from farmers to tech founders, to spend time at American companies, incubators, and universities, working alongside their U.S. counterparts, expanding their network of business contacts, and building new markets in the United States. We're establishing new business partnerships in the insurance and financial services sector, including two that I look forward to speaking about later today at the Ukraine House. This comes in addition to the $230 million committed to support Ukraine's private sector, including new financing for farmers, craftspeople, manufacturers, and small businesses in rural and underbanked communities. Much of this is just coming online now. But make no mistake, despite all these efforts, the past months have been a tough time for Ukraine. Russia has reworked its supply chain and is attempting to reconstitute itself as a war economy, helped by its allies Iran, North Korea, and China. Since March 22nd, Russia has pummeled Ukraine's great cities with waves of large-scale missiles and drones, meant not only to degrade Ukraine's grid, but also its general energy generation capacity. Nowhere has suffered more than Ukraine's beautiful second city of Kharkiv. Also, we are all well aware of Ukraine's depleted munition stock, loss of territory, the need to mobilize more of Ukraine's young people to fight, and yes, uncertainty about U.S. assistance, all of which has shaken Ukraine's morale. But today, 784 days into Russia's full-scale invasion, the House of Representatives is taking up the overdue debate of how to provide the crucial security, economic, and humanitarian lifeline Ukraine needs and deserves. Congressional leadership must fulfill the commitments that they themselves made to the Ukrainians, to our allies, and most importantly, to the American people. Congressional action on the supplemental is essential now. This should be an easy decision. Americans know that our security support has a double return on investment. Providing American military support to Ukraine boosts U.S. defense innovation and production at home. With the passage of the supplemental, we will not only send much-needed weaponry to Ukraine, but we will also invest in 117 production lines across more than 31 states, which will replenish our stocks with fresh howitzers from Minnesota, Bradleys from Alabama, and HIMARS from New Jersey, which will modernize our American armed forces. I don't need to tell all of you in this room today that our economic assistance is just as central to Ukraine's ability to prosecute the war. Not only because our support helps keep the lights on, trains moving, hospitals open, first responders saving lives, and children in school. This assistance is also specifically targeted to areas with the best return on investment in terms of stabilizing Ukraine's balance of payments, increasing its GDP, driving essential foreign direct investment into the country, and most importantly, expanding Ukraine's state revenue generation. You may ask, why am I so focused on Ukraine and its viability? It's personal for me. As Suzanne said, my family fled Ukraine to Chicago in the late 1880s because of monstrous aggression, hatred, and anti-Semitism by the Russians. As a person with Ukrainian heritage, deep respect for the grit and fortitude of the Ukrainian people, and also an American businesswoman, I want to focus my remarks today on how to solidify the foundation for Ukraine's economic future and help this country of more than 40 million people become an independent, secure, sovereign, prosperous economy rooted in the EU, NATO, and global markets. These efforts include developing a security network, creating the capacity for Ukraine to prioritize and plan investable projects and infrastructure, further developing risk management tools, continuing commitment by Ukraine to enact and execute its ambitious reform agenda, developing a mechanism for the use of Russian sovereign assets, and intensifying private sector engagement. Taken together, these initiatives can focus our joint efforts as we head to the Berlin Ukraine Recovery Conference in 55 days. So let me begin by saying Ukraine's security and economy are indelibly intertwined. The United States, our allies, and our democratic partners must forge air defense shields over Ukraine's skies wherever we can. With defense canopies over Ukraine's key economic engines, economic support and investment will light up the regions on the Ukrainian map with economic activity. Over the weekend, Germany said it would bravely provide another Patriot unit to Ukraine. Spain has also announced a donation of Patriot interceptors. Last week, the United States dedicated approximately $138 million in new support to maintain Ukraine's Hawk air defense systems. Other NATO allies are stepping up as well. Unlocking air defense and other security assistance, combined with a mix of economic assistance and private sector engagement, will allow Ukraine's community-driven economic healing to take place. Just look at the Black Sea miracle. After Russia quit the Black Sea Grain Initiative last July, Ukrainian ingenuity came up with the humanitarian shipping corridor. Now, with the combination of greater air security to Odessa ports, marine drones, maritime demining, and new risk insurance, we have witnessed an incredible burst of economic activity. Since September, nearly 1,400 ships have exported 40 million tons of goods, including life-saving grain, to 40 countries using the humanitarian corridor. It's helped lift not just agricultural production, but also steel production potential in Ukraine's Dnipro Valley heartland, as increased Ukrainian metals find their way to global markets. Creating more pockets of air defense across Ukraine from Kyiv to Odessa, from Kharkiv to Dnipro to Lviv and beyond, will open new pathways for economic activity. Second, even as we strengthen the air defense and security conditions, we must forge the strongest planning mechanism possible for Ukraine's economic revival. Unlike the Marshall Plan, where one actor, the United States, was contributing to the reconstruction of many countries in Europe, in Ukraine today, many actors, including countries, businesses, and NGOs, are contributing to the reconstruction of one country, Ukraine. The Multi-Donor Coordination Platform, which held its first steering committee meeting in Kyiv under the Prime Minister's leadership 1 week ago today, is a testament to what the international donor community is able to do when it collaborates. I'm proud to say that with our efforts, it is on track to launch a business advisory council at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin that will provide insight to reconstruction from a diversity of sectors, countries, and interests across our democratic market economies. Now is the time to mobilize the alliance between Ukraine, the donor community, and the private sector to develop a programmatic approach that expands the number and scale of bankable projects and operationalizes an economic recovery framework that will be both community-driven and nationally coordinated. Such an approach has to fulfill 7 key needs. First, it must be able to authoritatively establish a system that galvanizes the we, governments, private sector, and the people, from Ukraine, Europe, the United States, and the democratic world, behind a common scaffolding to Ukraine's great rebuilding. Second, it must have a mechanism to set strategic objectives and priorities driven by Ukrainians themselves. For example, starting with the $15 billion that the World Bank sees as necessary for economic needs just in 2024. Third, it must be capable of identifying, sorting, and addressing resource gaps and overlaps. Fourth, it has to have the flexibility to rapidly respond to shifting facts on the ground. Fifth, you has to be able to anticipate bottlenecks in areas like supply chains, export routes, financing, and in particular, absorption capacity, where the lack of pre-project planning has hobbled investment. Sixth, and where we need to have a sense of humility, we must assess what has had impact and what has not in terms of Ukraine's economic performance. And finally, this effort must be grounded in data that Ukraine, the donor community, and the private sector have gathered. So to do this, we must move at warp speed to connect Ukrainian interagency decision makers, local governments, and the international community donors with pre-project planning capabilities and a broad network of private sector infrastructure companies in a more integrated approach to reconstruction. Ukraine's full-scale recovery also will require proper guardrails to manage risk. This is already happening. The U.S. Development Finance Corporation, DFC, is active in expanding its political risk insurance portfolio for Ukraine. The European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, is leading the development of a facility to provide coverage against war-related risks. Marsh McLennan has established a Black Sea grain facility. MEGA has developed political risk insurance guarantees. And new risk management mechanisms are on the way, covering cargo, static assets, and even looking at coverage for civil aviation. But more will be necessary. Today, Ukraine's insurance premium market stands at approximately $3 billion. Poland's, by comparison, is at approximately $100 billion. We are working with Ukraine to establish the regulatory and other conditions necessary to unlock better risk management and de-risking tools that can prime the market for greater foreign direct investment. Risk management protection is an essential prerequisite for any of us in the private sector and our ability to invest and operate in Ukraine. Investment and economic opportunity, in turn, will incentivize the return of Ukrainian refugees and IDPs to their homes, growing the country's revenue base and fueling economic recovery. At the same time, we all recognize that the biggest investment risks, aside from war, come from the state of corruption and rule of law. Ukraine has made major progress on its reform agenda, including undertaking some admirably tough steps. Think of the big bang of reforms that Ukraine implemented in December that opened the path for formal EU accession negotiations. Just in March, Ukraine passed corporate governance reform that ensures that supervisory boards and CEOs of state-owned enterprises will be in line with OECD standards. But Ukraine must maintain this momentum. When I talk to American CEOs, the first point they raise with me after asking about Russian aggression is always about fast-tracking reforms, strengthening rule of law, and eradicating corruption. So, for example, Ukraine urgently needs to strengthen its ability to tackle the issues of customs evasion and gray markets. Legislation is necessary, but it is not sufficient. It's about implementing the laws once they are passed. And it's about implementing a profound cultural shift, including vetting standards for personnel, accountability, and real enforcement at agencies like the Bureau of Economic Security and the State Customs Service. Doing so will yield both political and economic dividends that will help Ukraine collect its tax and customs revenue, enable it to meet its own financing needs, alleviate the necessity for external budget support, and send the right signal to the international private sector that Ukraine means business this time and is a good place to operate. In addition to withstanding Russian aggression, getting the anti-corruption and reform agenda right will be this Ukrainian government's legacy in history. Ultimately, transparent, accountable governance is what Ukrainian citizens want. It's necessary for EU accession, and it will strengthen the enabling environment required to attract private sector investment and rebuild. And as we like to say, it's how Ukraine wins not just the war, but the peace that matters. Finally, we must unlock the value of Russian sovereign assets frozen within our jurisdictions for the benefit of Ukraine.
The other two gentlemen
International
are on the
law is
panel, right?
clear
So
on
I'll be
this point.
visible on the screen
Russia
in
must
the meeting room,
pay
I
for the
imagine.
damage it has caused in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And it is not for Russia to decide if or when that happens. The entire G7 has agreed that Russia's sovereign assets in our jurisdictions will remain immobilized until Russia pays for the damage its war has caused. We welcome the EU's recent decision to ensure that extraordinary revenues from Russia's immobilized sovereign assets are used for Ukraine's benefit. We will continue to work with our G7 partners to explore all the possible avenues to make this happen, not only for the direct financial benefit it would provide, but also for the signal it will send to Putin. Ukraine's economic success, integrated into the West as a full member of the EU, NATO, and with no chance of returning to post-Soviet ways, will be the biggest punch in the gut we can deliver to Putin. We believe that dream is possible in a secure Ukraine, but it requires the engagement of the private sector. Ukraine has a unique set of selling points: rich soil, plentiful natural assets, a highly skilled workforce, a plethora of raw materials, and a thriving, dynamic tech ecosystem that is servicing both the private sector globally and the Ukrainian military domestically. Combine all that with liberalized access to a European single market, Ukraine has an authentic right to win in at least six critical sectors: ag, tech, defense production, critical minerals and steel, energy, as well as transportation and logistics. Some of the most dynamic, innovative ecosystems have developed in small, open economies facing a persistent security threat from a geopolitical rival. That existential threat can create a sense of national mission that facilitates state-supported R&D and overcomes the challenges of a small domestic market. That was the case in Taiwan. It is the case in Taiwan, Estonia, South Korea, and Israel, all of which have developed globally competitive tech innovation ecosystems, often closely linked to their defense sector. So investing in Ukraine has the potential to deliver not only significant returns, but also the opportunity to help the country live into its dream of building a forward-leaning economy. Ukrainians, both at home and around the world, stand ready to roll up their shirt sleeves and build tomorrow's strengthened, democratic Ukraine. I've seen it for myself, not just in Ukraine, but in Romania, where 93% of Ukrainian refugees want to return home. 2 weeks ago, I met with a group of women refugees in Bucharest. These brilliant women, most of them mothers, all have the dream and vision of how they can be part of Ukraine's economic renaissance. I saw the same thing firsthand in Lviv, where the city is building a rehabilitation center which is on track to become one of the world's best such facilities focused on reconstructive surgery, orthopedics, and robotic prosthetics. The mayor put it best when he said, "Many of them have lost everything: home, family, childhood, and yet they remain unbroken." Let me end with one example. Yana Stepanenko, a 12-year-old girl from Kramatorsk in Donetsk Oblast. She lost both her legs in a monstrous Russian missile strike in 2022. The thing about Yana is she's a runner with hopes and dreams, and a person of courage, courage that Vladimir Putin could only hope to have. After Yana's horrific injury, she received 2 prosthetic legs, but was determined to run again. And so she trained tirelessly, and incredibly, this week, Yana ran a 5K as part of the Boston Marathon. Yana refused to give in or give up. Indeed, Yana is Ukraine. Like Yana, Ukrainians are fighting back, from the front line to the factory line to the finish line. Ukrainians are ready to drive their country from economic resilience to recovery to renaissance. We owe it to them and to ourselves, for our collective democratic future, to support them. Thank you.
Dear Madam President and CEO, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, dear Suzanne, dear Madam U.S. Special Representative, dear Penny, thank you so much for your remarkable, comprehensive, perfectly structured, I would say fundamental address with very strong messages. Thank you so much, really. Excellencies, dear partners, friends, CEO, presidents, ministers, colleagues, and dear friends, participants of today's forum. This is a great pleasure for me to speak to you today about the recovery of my country. For the government of Ukraine, it is very important to communicate directly with American businesses about the issues of recovery and reconstruction. I'm particularly pleased to see so many representatives of US companies that continue their operations in Ukraine or consider my country as a next destination for investment. Thank you so much for all what you are doing for our mutual victory. Thank you. I applaud to you. Thank you so much. For 784 days, the Ukrainian people have been fighting for their existence against a brutal enemy who brings death and destruction. And this toll has been growing on a daily basis. And today, next war crime created by Russians in Chernihiv, 14 people as for now are killed by Russians, 61 seriously injured, 3 children. They sent 3 Iskander missiles for civilian infrastructure, hotel, living houses, and they continue to do this every day, every night, every morning, unfortunately. We need more air defense, we need more artillery shells, we need more equipment for win this war. And we are very grateful to the United States for continuing support. We are waiting, we cross our fingers crossed, and we are waiting for next decision of US Congress to support our fight for our mutual values. According to the latest report of the World Bank and the RDNH3, the total cost of rebuilding Ukraine over the next decade is estimated as $486 billion. It is about 2.8 times Ukraine's nominal GDP for 2023. This year's figure is 18% higher than the previous RDNA2 estimate of 411. We discussed this last time on this forum 1 year ago. $411 billion as on February 2023. The sectors that suffered the most were trade and industry, as well as agriculture, especially due to the Russian terrorist attack on the Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant and the mining of Ukrainian land. Over the past months, the energy sector has suffered huge losses. We have lost over the 6 gigawatts of capacity in our power system, and there is a risk of even greater losses. We lost plus another 2 gigawatts last week. That is why energy reconstruction will be one of the priority directions for Ukraine's recovery. We have lost a lot, but we can also regain much if our reconstruction is accompanied by the modernization and renewal. The restoration of Ukraine will be the most extensive international project since the World War II. And for this, we are creating all the necessary conditions. We are implementing reforms that create a favorable investment climate. This includes deregulation, digitalization, debureaucratization, and public-private partnership. A strong anti-corruption infrastructure has been established, and it is already working effectively. The government of Ukraine, together with partner countries, first of all, the United States of America, is working to strengthen Ukraine's defense capacities, to bring peace to Europe and to bring justice those responsible for the crime aggression against Ukraine. There can be no doubt about the fact that strong military support of Ukraine is important for the investment climate as all of our reforms and transformations. Today we need a diverse variety of weapons more than ever to gain a firepower advantage over the enemy. We need long-range weapons to strike enemy positions in the rear. We require artillery ammunition to achieve parity with the Russians. We need F-16 jets to shoot down Russian planes near the front line. We need air defense systems to protect Russian cities, to protect Ukrainian cities, where civilians' life and industries are concentrated and are under threat from side of Russia. All this will help us to achieve victory and pave the way for recovery, growth, and prosperity. Today, Ukraine has created the most favorable conditions for private investments in defense industrial complex. Last year, 1.5% of GDP growth was generated by our defense enterprises. 80% of Ukrainian market is represented by private producers. The partnership between the USA and Ukraine in the production of proven combat system can become a key factor in the global market. Foreign investments is the key to strengthening Ukraine's economy. To attract it, our government has focused on creating a large credit line for Ukraine's recovery, insurance of investment projects, protection of major industrial centers with aid and missile defense systems, and the creation and development of industrial parks. We have identified priority sectors where investments should be attracted. So defense industry is number one, priority in R&D, researches and developments, joint production localized in Ukraine, technology transfer, and the military tech. It's a natural for us, for country in the war. Energy, this is a second priority. We need a lot of resources to rebuild what has been destroyed by Russia. We will not return to post-Soviet energy system. We plan to decentralize and modernize our energy system, and we aim to increase the share of renewable energy sources to produce green and blue energy plus nuclear energy as a basis of backbone of our energy system. We are also interested in the usage of our gas storage facilities, which serve right now as Europe's gas safe. Agricultural sector is number three priority. Here we focus on processing of raw materials to export products with additional value. This opens up prospects for exploring new foreign markets. So this sector is covering additional activities, for example, humanitarian demining. 156,000 square kilometers is under unexploded bombs and mines pollution. So we develop another one sphere, humanitarian demining. We produce our own demining machines. We train many deminers. We need 10,000. Now we have 3,000 deminers. We open market for international humanitarian demining operators. So now about 100 is operating in Ukraine, and we continue to develop this market. This is market for, unfortunately for me, for dozens next years. Natural resources. Ukraine holds 5% of world's valuable minerals. We aim to establish a comprehensive cycle that spans from the extraction of raw materials to the production of finished products. 22 of 30 critical raw materials which Europe needs are located in Ukraine, its deposits. So we may produce and supply this to European partners and all around the world. In this matter, particularly important is the production of batteries for electric vehicles, the chemical industry, wood processing, machine building. So all these sectors are prioritized and very important for us, and we invite United States businesses to pay attention to these sectors. The next priority sector is IT. The share of IT services in the overall structure of service exports is 41%. The overall economic impact of the sector is 4.9%, even 5% of our GDP. We maintain leadership in developing digital infrastructure for public services. Our government application, which is called DIA, so action in English, has over 20 million users. We have unique experience in cyber warfare. Last year alone, we did repel 4,500 cyber attacks. So we are very experienced in cyber protection. Unfortunately, again, because of this war, because of the cyber war which Russia lead against all of the world, not only against of Ukraine. And cybersecurity is our common purpose, and we could be very useful and very supportive in this direction. And the last but not least, construction. The focus now is on housing construction, as the Russians have destroyed over 250,000 residential buildings. We have resumed our export shipments through the Black Sea with the help of armed forces. We are approaching the volumes of sea export recorded in 2021. The capacity of the Danube port cluster has grown almost 6 times. So it also demonstrates that Ukraine now open new possibilities, new perspectives for cooperation, for international cooperation, I mean. We develop mechanisms for public-private partnership. For this, a whole package of laws has been adopted. The law on rapid investments was passed. Obtaining all necessary permits will now take no more than 1.5 months. As a part of extensive deregulation, we have revised over 1,300 regulatory tools for business. Up to 80 locations of industrial parks have been created. There are industrial sites for businesses development with ready infrastructure, engineering networks, and tax benefits. So again, we invite you to take a look on these possibilities. IMF program is acting in Ukraine for the next 4 years, so we have 4 revision of this program. We cooperate very closely, and we are very grateful to IMF, to the World Bank. We have Ukraine facility instrument from European Commission. Thank you so much. This is instrument for the next 4 years in volume 50 billion euros for supporting Ukrainian budget needs and also for realization of the investment projects in Ukraine in the Pillar 2 and Pillar 3. So we have different directions. Now we are waiting for decision of United States Congress to add your support to all of these financial and supportive instruments for Ukraine. We know that one of the most important, if not the most important issue to be resolved is war risk insurance. Once again, I would like to thank Secretary Pritzker for developing much of her work to this issue and for engaging the world's leading companies in finding effective solutions. So we have cooperation with MIGA, with DFC, with dozens of another United States and international agencies and companies to bring this possibility for businesses to ensure war and political risks there in Ukraine for development of your businesses and our cooperation. So I should say that together we may build better future in Ukraine after our mutual victory. Thank you so much to all of you who presented here in this absolutely beautiful hall in Ukrainian colors. Thank you so much for your great support of my country during this toughest and the most difficult period in our modern history. Thank you all American people, American government, President Biden. Thank you for personal efforts, Madam Penny Pritzker, for everything what you have did, what you are doing for us. We appreciate this so much, and I believe, I'm sure that we will win this war. It will demonstrate, once again, all the aggressors, potential aggressors, all the dictators, that unprovoked, illegal, this absolutely brutal aggression should be punished. I would add, and thank you so much, dear Penny, that you mentioned confiscation of frozen Russian assets. This is one of the sources for sustainable support of Ukraine for future recovery projects, 300 billion all around the world. It's absolutely important and big amount, but it also should be an instrument of punishment of Russian budget, so it's Russian sovereign assets, and we should pay attention and develop this and finish this as a very important part of punishment, to confiscate or to use all of these assets, not only this windfall incomes from these immobilized assets. So we should take them all and use this to recover Ukraine and to punish aggressor. Thank you so much. All the best to you. Thank you.
Sorry, we have him on.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I think we're going to get started. We're on a tight time frame, and we're already running behind. So I think most people in this room know that the G7 established an international multi-agency donor coordination platform and a secretariat to coordinate aid mechanisms and foster reform and promote private sector engagement. And it now includes 20 partners and its observer countries. And it's a unique project to harmonize and optimize the support to Ukraine and to demonstrate the G7's leadership and ability to facilitate multilateral value-based response to the crisis. So it's tasked with engaging with Ukraine on budget needs for 2024, priority critical repairs, and rapid recovery needs. And last week, the MDP Steering Committee had a meeting in Kyiv, and they talked about what the priorities of the platform are, and we're going to hear a little bit this morning about the challenges and priorities. I'm actually going to start, going to ask Minister Marchenko, what are the Ukraine's current budgetary needs, and what measures are you taking to mobilize more revenue? And also, if you could talk a little bit about the conditionality of the platform and anything that's creating challenges for you in terms of using the platform.
Thank you, Julia, for your questions. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be here. A year ago, we have the same conference, and it's like a good tradition to start spring meetings with Ukraine's and our partners, United States Business Conference. The question of budget needs is the most crucial one for us, but among our fiscal risk right now, it's a challenge which created by our military situation. And I will not try to hide the current situation is rather hard for us. You are aware that lack of necessary weapons and ammunition creates additional risk and additional pressure on budget. Only in Q1 we need to front load additionally $4 billion to cover our great military needs by ourselves. It's an unfortunate event for us, but we have no other choice. As a country, we should find a resolution because we believe that there is no other way but to prevail in this war. That's why we also did necessary fiscal measures to improve our capacity to collect necessary amount of taxes and revenues. Only in Q1 we gathered more than $5.4 billion additionally in terms of US dollars to cover our great needs. Rollover of our bonds now is more than 200%. And we've been able to do so, but not so often. I believe this year we'll, with support of our key partners, we've been managed our budget situations quite well, as we did it a year ago and in 2022. But situation is rather tentative for us, and we would like to bring your attention that a resolution of Ukraine support in the United States Congress is very crucial for us, because it's not only military support which is crucial to resolve, but it's also budget support, which have these implications in our activities. Concerning platform, as far as I'm concerned, platform is one of the reliable tools which help us, together with our partners from G7 nations, together with our key allies, the United States, the European Union, together, discuss critical issue of Ukraine, resolve current obstacles, debates very critical issues. And last time our platform met in Kyiv, we debated several very important questions. Among them, it's how attract business to invest in Ukraine, what's our current obstacles to be in Ukraine. Also, we discuss budget needs, we discuss our reforms, and we, Government of Ukraine, presented metrics of reform, which indicates how and in what particular scale different reforms can influence our economic growth. It's very important not to forget about economic growth, because only ability to get necessary growth of GDP and to collect additional revenues and taxes can help us to have a sustainable development and in future to meet our ends finally, and to be able to cover our needs by our own means. Thank you.
Thank you. DG Koopman, very nice to see you again. Thank you for joining us over video. The EU's Ukraine facility has provided some critical bridge financing in recent months. The funds are tied to both the need and the fulfillment of specific conditions. What are the next steps under the EU Ukraine facility, and do you believe that you've gotten to a point where it's going to permit regular disbursements? So if you could give us a little thought on that, that would be great.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Hi, Sergey. We last saw each other in Kiev. Very good to be with you virtually. I would have very much liked to be there in person, but actually we're working today in Brussels on implementing the Ukraine facility, and I can give you a real-life update. So earlier this month, we disbursed 4.5 billion euros, a little bit less than $5 billion, in terms of bridge financing, which is largely unconditional. Next week, we'll be disbursing another 1.5 billion euros. We have assessed that Ukraine meets the conditions for that. And then we have also earlier this week, in fact, yesterday, endorsed the Ukraine plan, which will be the basis for disbursing regular budget support to Ukraine until the end of 2027. We think the plan that underpins this is robust. It's pro-growth, as the Minister of Finance has said. It is an ambitious reform plan, and we have now submitted this to our member states for endorsement. First reactions have been rather positive in this regard, so I don't foresee any difficulties. In addition, and that's what I'm doing today, we are using the private sector guarantee instrument of this facility, which has a guarantee capacity of over $10 billion, which can leverage over $40 billion of investment. We're using that to get going immediately. And today in Brussels, we are working with our international financial institutions to mobilize up to 6 billion euros of investments. I hope by the end of the day in Brussels, which will be lunchtime in DC, we will have agreed the necessary projects so that this private sector funding can also start flowing immediately this year. So there's a lot of action under the facility, and I'm extremely grateful to our Ukrainian partners for all the hard work that they've invested in it. I'm extremely grateful to the IFIs who will be disbursing the money. Thank you.
That's great news to hear. Thank you. We have filling in today for Deputy Dilip. Heather is from his office and is going to fill in for him today. He had a family emergency. So Heather, you were in Kiev last week, and you spoke about unlocking a virtuous cycle of investment, innovation, growth, and reform, democracy, Western integration. Are we moving effectively in that direction, and what more could we be doing better, and how do you see the platform facilitating that?
Thank you, and I do convey Dilip's deep apologies for not being here. He just unavoidably could not be here this morning. We do agree that the most urgent needs facing Ukraine right now are the need for support to keep, military and economic support to keep fighting off Russia. It's the #1 most critical priority. And I need to acknowledge here that desperately needed US funding is still pending in our Congress. President Biden is continuing to engage with congressional leaders, and we are working our hardest to pass that funding, and we are optimistic that the House of Representatives will act soon. As mentioned, we were just in Kyiv, and all of the partners at the platform recommitted to our shared vision of an independent and prosperous Ukraine, secure from external aggression. Alongside our partners in Ukraine, we, international partners, are really fully vested in our efforts to coordinate, prioritize, and sequence the key reforms, as mentioned, and the key investments needed to revitalize Ukraine's economy and launch a virtuous circle of growth. This path will reinforce efforts already underway to strengthen the rule of law, improve Ukraine's institutions, and support civil society. Together, we can help Ukraine emerge from this war caused by Russia, rebuilt by ideas, talent, capital, trade, and integration into the Euro-Atlantic community, reshaped as a competitive, private sector-led powerhouse, and fueled by a daring, unrelenting entrepreneurial spirit that positions Ukraine as an innovation and export hub at the heart of Europe. Achieving this vision will take all of us working together. And I would like to take a couple of moments here to lay out Dilip's vision for what we can do now to move this vision forward. The first step is to unlock the value of Russian sovereign assets immobilized within our jurisdictions for the benefit of Ukraine. International law is clear on this point. Russia must pay for the damage it has caused in Ukraine, and it is not for Russia to decide if or when that happens. Every G7 leader has agreed that Russian sovereign assets in our jurisdictions will remain immobilized until Russia pays for the damage its war has caused. We welcome the EU's recent decision to ensure that revenues from Russia's immobilized sovereign assets are used for Ukraine's benefit, and we are working closely to explore how we can maximize the impact of these revenues, both current and future, for the benefit of Ukraine today. Not only for the direct financial benefit it would provide, but also for the signal it will send to Putin. We will not fatigue, and you will not outlast us. Second, Ukraine and its public and private sectors must work together to agree on debt restructuring. This will create fiscal space for investments to rebuild Ukraine's physical infrastructure, human capital, and productive capacity. Third, in a manner that is well calibrated with the second step, we must work creatively to provide the private sector, to motivate private sector investment, particularly in Ukraine's real economy. We know that foreign direct investment has a transformational impact on developing economies, not just in providing capital, but also in diffusing technology, building expertise and business networks, and transferring the operational know-how. And the final thing that Dilip would like to emphasize is that we know that the Ukrainian government and people, with our full support as international partners, must press forward with reforms that create the conditions for sustained capital inflows and maximize return on investments. And they are making progress on this, and we will continue to help. Ukraine, with the backing of its partners, is on the cusp of realizing a positive dynamic of greater investment, higher productivity, more integration, and the full backing of the free world. And this shared vision is what our partnership at the platform is about, and what we are dedicated to achieving together with Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the central question of the facility is not merely how to distribute public and donor funds, but how to catalyze private sector funds, which DG Gutman just spoke about in terms of what's getting announced today in Brussels. Before we get into talking about the fund a little bit, Minister Marchenko, I want to ask you, Ukraine, you've set up this public investment management framework to identify which investments are your priorities. Are there any sectors or specific focus of funding that is getting prioritized through this? Are you ready to start sharing that framework with the private sector?
It's a good question. We debates our need constantly. Last conference we discussed what's most important and urgent Ukraine's need for recovery. And now we are thinking in a broader scale. We would like to streamline all of our possible investment in Ukraine in one specific toolkit for all investors, for all IFIs. We want to introduce public investment management platform, single project pipeline, which we can gather all priorities which government identify, and then to start create necessary condition to fund these projects. If you're talking about priorities, Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal, just several minutes ago mentioned what is necessary for Ukraine to recover, how spheres of priority is necessary to invest. I would like to add maybe a specific sphere of interest of Ukraine, which help us to boost productivity, for example. First of all, it's innovation and research and development. It's important because we believe that future is in innovations. We have some advantages in this particular field, specifically right now military tech and production of drones and new technologies. Ukraine has a lot of advantages, and we would like business to look at perspective to invest in this particular sphere. Also, we also thinking about promotion, talent and skills. That's why now we are thinking about how to left our key students in Ukraine, or if there are students in Europe or in the United States from Ukraine, how to bring them back, because we would like our students to be back and help Ukraine to gain necessary prosperity in the future. Because without these talented people, you know, it's like very hard to create a prosperous country. And also, we would like to think about how to create national champions, which can compete in a world. But this may be broader and far-away perspective, but it's necessary to think about what Ukraine should do together with our key partners to prepare us for a future global competition.
Right. DG Gutman, can you tell us about what are the measures that are on the table today in terms of instruments designed to attract private capital?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Well, there's a huge array of measures to facilitate private sector investment. I would start with the essential improvements in the business environment about which Prime Minister Shmyhal was speaking. And here I'd like to link that to the EU accession process. Ukraine has applied to become a member state. In 2022, candidate status was granted. In December of last year, the leaders of Europe decided to open negotiations, and now we're in the process of doing that. The reason that this is so important is that this creates essentially the conditions for businesses to rely on a modern a business environment, because that is mandated, required under EU law. So Ukraine will be rewriting its operating system for the business sector to align with European standards, and will, as a result, eventually enter the internal market. So that's very important for investors. As a critical part of that, the fight against corruption, the improvement of legal protection is critical. Secondly, market integration is being pursued. We're not waiting until accession actually takes place, but in critical areas, we're working to make sure that Ukraine already today participates in the internal market in the EU, the market of 450 million people. So that's very important as well. And then thirdly, together with the international partners, based on the reforms which Sergei Marchenko just outlined in the reform matrix, further changes are made that are going to make these investments interesting. Now, of course, a war is going on, risks are high, the economy is down, and that's why these guarantee instruments we're working on today in Brussels are so important, why war insurance is so important. So all of these instruments are being worked on in the context of the partners in the donor coordination platform to make it easier for businesses to assume risks which are very high at this juncture. Businesses will need to look at the longer-term prospect of the country, which is, frankly speaking, excellent, as we have heard. But we do understand that some risk coverage in the short run is needed, and that's what we're trying to offer. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Okay. Heather, how can the international community drive private sector engagement? What, from your side, can the private sector be actively, effectively involved, considering, how to optimize the coordination? We've heard about the, the reforms and what's being announced out of Brussels today. I know I'm on the panel to ask questions, but I'm going to put my own as a private sector person up here. That one of the things that we really want to see more of is how to work with the IFIs to really change their tools in a way that's going to make it work for the private sector. How do you see, what do you see as the best way the private sector could be engaging here?
So we know the international business community is interested in getting involved in Ukraine and helping being part of the recovery and the reconstruction. Evidence of this is the businesses who have stayed in Ukraine and are making new investments, even in the fog of war. In fact, 4 out of 5 firms have continued to operate in Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion. We know that there's interest, but we can't realistically expect businesses to be first movers in the current risk environment. We need to continue to work together to channel the instruments available at our development finance institutions, multilateral and bilateral, to de-risk the investments that are possible now. And so I think we need to be thinking about how we can bridge in the private sector. And that'll be through some creative use of financing tools that we may not have explored fully yet. Last week, when we were in Kyiv, we launched, came to agreement to launch a business advisory council for the platform, and I hope that this will be one of the things that the council takes up and advises us on, how to be more effective in this. And I think that the second piece that was mentioned already is that we have a good track record of reform that's been started. Ukraine is committed to staying on that steady progress path, and the reform matrix and the progress that we make against it will demonstrate this and help the international business community understand the true risk environment.
Right. Well, I have to say, as the only U.S. bank operating on the ground in Ukraine, and we have over 500 clients, we welcome the news coming out of Brussels. We welcome what we hear. We would, love to participate in the business. We see the opportunities ourselves. We have opened up 75 new client relationships in the last year. There are parts of this economy that are performing incredibly well. There is a desire to want to invest. There's a lot of excess liquidity sitting in the country, and so if the tools coming out of Brussels around some more insurance and some more cover and risk defeasance capabilities truly get delivered, I do believe that we're going to see a lot more. We do have a few more minutes left. I would think that, to build urgency, I'm going to ask you, Heather, to build urgency for the deliverables during the Berlin conference that's coming up. Where should donor partners build the agreement? What should we be working towards? What should we try? And I guess I'll open that up to any of you. What do we all collectively need to be working on between now and Berlin to make sure that we unlock capital for things that have to get addressed this year?
Yeah. I don't have a prepared answer for this question.
This was a...
but I do think that being in Kyiv last week, and I will just launch this and welcome the others to chime in too, I think that there is still, despite everything, so much interest in finding ways, new paths forward, creative new paths forward, and we have to keep talking and creating the instruments, I think, the new pathways.
Thank you. I just mentioned some examples. We had a lunch in Kyiv after the platform when we gathered together business which represent Ukrainian company, and one of the representatives has shown some good example how business operates now in Ukraine. The value of assets decrease 3 times, and if business want to attract some new investments, they can provide any collateral for such assets, and the price to borrow in Ukraine now is very high. And as a key question, business requested from us, government, how to make it possible for us to get necessary investment to start investment in Ukraine. Because to be honest with you, during 2 last years, we have very less identified huge scale investment. I just can mention only minor one. So the key questions right now, how to make it possible for business of Ukraine to attract credits, loans, or other possible investment which helps them to scale up and to improve their business.
DJ Gubin, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, three points from my side very quickly. I mean, I'm starting with the basics, air defense. Mr. Marchenko's colleague asked for 7 Patriots. Germany donated 1. We need to step up to the plate. Without air defenses, none of this is going to work. It's super urgent. We had on the way back in the train to the EU, we had an alarm when the generation plant south of Kyiv was blown up. This really needs to be at the top of everyone's priority list. Secondly, we need to plug the budget hole for this year and for next year. Sergei is working on that. We're in the platform also looking at other contributions from partners. And then thirdly, once that is in place, there's more security, the macro fiscal situation is a bit more stabilized. We need to really implement all of the things we've been talking about in the panel. We're very committed, but talk alone is not good enough. The rubber needs to hit the road, and that's what we're working on. We all need to make it happen now. And given the incredible resilience of our Ukrainian partners, I'm sure that if we do this, Ukraine will emerge victoriously, and frankly, the free world will emerge victoriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much to our speakers. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the U.S. Chamber for hosting this important event and for all of you, both here in person and online, joining us this morning. We're especially honored to have with us Mr. Yuri Draganchuk, the Ukraine's Deputy Minister of Finance for European Integration, as well as Mr. Pavel Kowal, a member of the Polish Parliament and Polish Commissioner for the Restoration of Ukraine. Thank you both for coming to join us here today. A little pitch for the Commerce Department. Since my secretary's up next, you could tell her I did this. But for those of you who are not familiar with the U.S. Department of Commerce, we promote U.S. exports, inward investment into the United States, and work to enhance the competitiveness of American business abroad. Since the start of Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine over 2 years ago, our teams have worked closely with the Ukrainian government and engaging with the private sector on how to support American business looking to help Ukraine's reconstruction effort. Our agency is extremely well positioned to contribute toward the back end of the process, where specific needs are recognized, funding is allocated, and there is a search for U.S. companies possessing the requisite products, technologies, or expertise to help Ukraine rebuild. Hopefully, this conference, I'm sure, will contribute to many of those elements. For this panel today, our conversation will focus on the role of regional commercial relationships as Ukraine strives to recover and build back better. This panel of distinguished speakers will address the importance of commercial partnerships to long-term recovery efforts, with an emphasis on the development of new infrastructure and transit points. In addition to the Minister and the Commissioner, whom I've already introduced, we are joined on the panel today by Ms. Annie Petsunk, the Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Transportation, and a wonderful colleague of ours with the Department of Commerce. We've done a lot of work together in Ukraine. As well as Mr. Matthias Berninger, Executive Vice President for Public Affairs, Science, and Sustainability at Bayer. And then finally, Mr. Matt Chiller, Vice President for Government Affairs at Jacobs. So, first question, sir, Mr. Minister. What is the current state of commercial partnerships between Ukraine and its regional allies? And specifically, given the strategic importance of Ukraine in the Black Sea, can you share your insights on how strengthening commercial partnerships in the region can contribute to Ukraine's long-term recovery and stability efforts?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. This is the regional partnership is very important for us, for our export industries. You know that during the first quarter, 60% of Ukrainian trade, of Ukrainian export was made via Black Sea. That's why the security in this region is very important for us. We are also, since the beginning of the war, we reoriented like completely our trading capacities, our trading partners. So the western border is very important. That's why we are strengthening, trying to facilitate the trade with our key partners in the West. So we are adding border crossing points, we are securing the joint border and customs control in order to facilitate trade. And we welcome investors because this means that we need new roads, railroads, reconstruction. So it's difficult to overestimate the regional partnerships in securing the business activity of Ukrainian business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And now, Mr. Commissioner, we would appreciate your thoughts as a close neighbor that continues to play a critical role as a regional partner, especially since you're right next door. How do you see these commercial relationships evolving in a way that can sustain the type of reconstruction Ukraine will need, especially given your experience the past 2 years?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation and possibility to meet with you. And the answer is very easy. In fact, the process of rebuilding we will provide parallel to negotiations with European Union, and important, but maybe most important part of the process of opening, of enlargement of European Union is opening of the markets. And it's, for me, it's, I'm sure that we should create regional synergy based on the trade. Let me collect basic facts. In 2023, Poland was Ukraine's most important trading partner in the EU. And we are on the start point of the processes. Poland exports to Ukraine was 11.5 billion during 2023, according to the United Nations database on international trade. The international trade, it means increase of 25% compared to the same period last year. We are concentrated in sectors processing industry, financial and insurance, among the largest, for example, large export increase we experience in ready-made food products, non-alcoholic beverages, alcohol and tobacco. It's only examples, but the political thesis is the trade between the countries of the Central European region. It's the pillar for stability after the war. It's a crucial element of building new order in Central Europe, especially in a context of negotiations with EU.
Thank you, sir. I have here reaching across the Atlantic, but I think I'm reaching across the stage. So, Madam Secretary, how do you see the United States' role evolving as we talk about commercial partnerships with Ukraine and the role the U.S. government and your agency have and can play in reconstruction? Specifically, what efforts do you think we should focus on to increase transit points and build supporting infrastructure? Again, based on your experience, as I know you've been engaged the last couple of years on in these conversations with the private sector as well as with the Ukrainian government.
Thank you very much for the question, for the partnership with the Commerce Department, for the promotion. I'm actually Assistant Secretary, but I'll take the promotion. And to the Chamber for the invitation to be here today. Our department, the U.S. Department of Transportation, is working in partnership with the Ukrainian government, with the Polish government, and with companies that are interested in and have the capability to provide critical support as Ukraine's infrastructure and transportation transformation is poised to take place. The Ukrainian, and I'll just give one example, Ukrainian railways, the heroes who work the Ukrainian railways really are the front lines of this tremendous undertaking to keep Ukraine's economy functioning and maintain connectivity. And Poland is playing an absolutely critical role as well. I brought a show and tell item. When we think of transportation and we think of Ukraine and Poland, historically the transportation networks have been west-east. That presents security risks, obviously, and limits the connectivity in the region. And the Polish government is leading the Via Carpatia transport corridor, which is an effort to make transportation vertical, to make the vertical north-south networks. If you can see this is a map of the region, and you're welcome to come up afterwards and take a look at it. And this effort to open up the north-south corridors is vital for both Ukraine's integration into the region and for improving the connectivity with Poland, with other countries in the region. And that means an investment opportunity and a business opportunity. When I was in Krakow last year, I had the opportunity to meet with business leaders, Polish, American, and Ukrainian, working together to literally capitalize on and extend this kind of north-south thinking to build connectivity. And we see the tremendous innovations in the Ukrainian economy even during wartime. We have Ukrainian companies building shipping containers now during wartime using something that's plentiful right now in Ukraine, scrap steel, to make shipping containers something that Europe needs, the world needs. As you may know, our shipping containers are, the shipping container market in the world is dominated by China. These kinds of initiatives have the potential to knit together the economies in the region in a future that will be more sustainable from a transportation point of view and more secure. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Secretary. I'm happy you talked about the north-south corridor as well, because I think, as we talk about infrastructure, I know we've been speaking to the Europeans about this, so I'm pleased to hear that as a collective, we're looking at north-south and east-west also, because as we talk about connectivity, it's important to remind ourselves that it's just not trucks and it's just not trains, right? When we're talking about infrastructure, when we're talking about corridors, everything these days seems to be also a digital backbone, right? So the opportunities that present themselves at first glance aren't necessarily always the traditional definition of what we think of when we think transit and transit points. So again, these are numerous opportunities for U.S. companies with a lot of experience in the region, and these are all conversations I can assure you that we continue to have with the Ukrainians as well as our friends in Europe and globally. Of course, the conversation wouldn't be complete without the private sector perspective. Of course, the partnership, the key partnership represented by the Chamber and where we are today is governments working hand in glove with companies. And certainly, necessity is the father of innovation, and certainly I feel proud that our companies are some of the most innovative in the world, and you can tell the Secretary I pitched that too when she comes on next. So I'll turn first to Mr. Berninger. What are your views on creating new infrastructure and transit points in and around Ukraine that connect it to the broader region, as you've heard the panel describe so far? Especially as someone and your company's responsible for shipping goods across borders, you have a lot of experience. What wisdom can you share with us today? What advice would you have for companies interested in joining the effort and for governments having conversations about how to do this effectively from a commercial perspective?
Thank you for the question, and let's start with the most traditional place for transportation, the Black Sea. A year ago, we have been sitting here, we have been discussing in Kiev and many other places that keeping those shipping lanes open is such a vital thing. And even though the initial deal also with the Russians to keep some lanes open fell apart in the middle of last year, it is the Ukrainian war effort, the ability to repel the Russian Navy that reopened the Black Sea. A lot what we have been discussing was predicated upon this not being possible. It's one of, and this was talked this morning already, one of the miracles and great successes of the current defense effort to repel the Russians and to open up the Black Sea. For the area I represent for agriculture, that is absolutely crucial. You need to think about our business in Ukraine, and that way we provide seeds for roughly a third of the Ukrainian corn production, so quite a lot of corn, but also many other agricultural goods. And the best way to support the Ukraine is to keep the Black Sea open. However, we also, and I'm happy that the negotiations between the European Union and Ukraine are focusing on agriculture when it comes to the accession of Ukraine to the EU. For me, there is no doubt the only way for the EU and Ukraine is to successfully agree an early accession to ensure Ukraine is a member of the European Union. It's critically important that these negotiations start with agriculture. Why? Imagine the United States would suddenly kind of allow the Midwest to access the food system of the United States. The Ukrainians are one of the global superpowers in agriculture. They have demonstrated great resilience during the war. And I think for business, the most important signal we need is how the future European agriculture market will look like. There are a lot of tensions. That topic has hit the news quite often. You have a bit of the debate of market access being the sticky point for Ukraine with the Europeans, similar to the military aid being the sticky point in the conversations, or hopefully have been and no longer are the sticky points with the United States. But I believe we need to take a decision that is really a decision that enables the future of Europe, which means we need to succeed in creating very clear conditions for the agricultural markets. And my last comment would be, I've been a member of parliament in the 1990s. That was when Central Europe got access to the European markets. It was very painful. It wasn't easy. Now, when you look back, you can see it was a truly win-win situation, and I'm very optimistic that we will also be able to create a similar win-win when we look back to this period of history after having succeeded in bringing the Ukraine on board and having the Ukraine being a very strong and vital member of the European Union.
Thank you, Matthias. Matt, I'm especially interested to hear your view, since you actually represent a company that engineers and builds critical infrastructure. So what do you think should be done to build that regional infrastructure and allow sufficient access to stimulate, incentivize the kind of economic and physical recovery and revitalization that we hope to see in Ukraine?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. And for those not familiar, I think engineering companies don't necessarily become household names. Jacobs is the largest American engineering company, all of the above: water, engineering, transportation, energy. I think this is a real opportunity to create a legacy for the Ukrainian people. I know that there are real goals that are within reach with a reconstruction that not only will get them to where they were, but to really where they want to be in the future, and have a legacy that will both be reflected in the projects and the infrastructure that are left, but also the workforce, and to really bring folks back. I know that Special Representative Pritzker talked a lot about the folks who want to come back to country, and certainly the jobs and the GDP growth have to be there. We believe that that will be the case. The opportunity to create a system of reconstruction through a programmatic system, as opposed to sort of a scattershot approach, would really allow greater opportunities for international partnerships. Certainly all of the European partners and EU partners, and in Poland and other places that have a strong interest, as well as US interests, that want to come together to build these programs and projects in such a way that are done faster, but can also take into account again, workforce development, but really what are the national goals? It's the idea of having the central enablement for a decentralized delivery, that you have these broad national goals that you can help put forward. What does the central government want? What does the international community want? And then building from there with all of your partners in such a way that's both transparent, but also on time and on budget. You put it all together in a system, which is something that large program managers have done around the world on everything from, tsunami recovery, war recovery, the London Olympics, the Panama Canal, things of that nature, where you are more likely to end up with the results that you want, a lasting legacy that drives towards things like getting the agriculture sector back to where it should be, but also goals like becoming Europe's largest energy exporter, things that the Ukrainian government has specifically stated. So starting with that and then building a reconstruction system that allows you to reach that, but also really brings in all the partnerships, donors, international partners and such.
No, thank you, Matt. Pavel, let me turn to you, because we talked about North-South, we talked about regional partnerships, and I know Poland's been leading an effort through the 3 Cs initiative as well to try to do work in that space. And I was just wondering if you can share your thoughts, again, as we talk about relationships and building partnerships, from your perspective where you sit in Poland. How do you see that evolving in the future and contributing to the effort?
I'm sure that 3 Cs initiative, that we should re-energize that initiative through the activity on the field of transport, connectivity, and we are ready to base the development of connectivity on the activity of 3 Cs. Of course, we should rethink generally the problem of transportation in Central Europe after war, because as we say, the trade on the base of deeper and comprehensive free trade agreement between EU and Ukraine, and generally because Ukraine have opened door to EU, the trade will grow. It's one fact. The second, it's a question of delivering of goods to Ukraine in the process of reconstruction. And finally, we should add anything to the process of building of new ways, new roads to use in development of connectivity. And freezes, it should be one of the main field of activity of freezes initiative. We are ready to support in this way that initiative, but we should ask also G7 platform about their potential activity on the field of building a new shape of connectivity in Central Europe.
Thank you. And speaking of platforms, this is a multi-platform exercise, as you all know, in terms of trying to bring the financing to the table, as well as dealing with the concerns about risk insurance and related activities, along with bringing companies in to incentivize commercial activity. But Mr. Deputy Minister, with all these platforms coming together, I'd like to get your thoughts, because the Ukrainian government has done a lot recently. I think we mentioned transparency and predictability, but I know you've taken a number of steps to facilitate a business environment in Ukraine, not just thinking about this short-term period or medium term, but longer term for the health of the country. I know the EU acquis, and that will develop and evolve over time, but right now, sir, we'd welcome your thoughts on what you have done and will continue to do to create a business environment that's conducive to attracting the companies and making sure that we do indeed build back a better Ukraine.
Thank you for the question. So we are working in several directions. First of all, we are but we are actually complying with all of our commitments and reforms, securing in Ukraine the rule of law, the development, the alignment with EU acquis and principles and laws. There are lots of plans of these reforms, and we are moving really fast on all of them. What is important for us in terms of public-private partnership, as the Prime Minister and Minister mentioned, is streamlining of the projects. So we are clearly, as a government, identifying our needs, our key priorities, and we would like everyone to participate and invite business to the areas which are most vital for Ukrainian recovery and resilience. In addition, we are moving fast in our EU accession. This involves adoption of lengthy projects, lengthy legislations, but we are quite fast there. What else can I say? So, I mean, it's our job, and we are doing it daily. We have no choice but to be the EU member in order to survive. And of course, we are securing all those mechanisms like risks insurance, like access to finance. We have Pillar 2 under the Ukraine facility, which will multiply and the money provided by the governments via IFIs. We are supporting business in Ukraine, focusing on small, medium enterprises. We are Business Development Fund and our banking system. What I would like to hear from you, from the business, what else do you need? What are your priorities? Because I strongly believe that like we would not achieve a lot only by the budget of Ukraine, only by the governmental deeds. The true progress and of our country depends on foreign investments, on the activity of business. So I would be happy to hear your thoughts on this using this platform. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Minister, maybe with 5 minutes left, not to put Matt and Matthias on the spot, but since he asked the private sector, and you're it for now, up here, what advice, how would you respond to that? What are the 1 or 2 elements that you think, not just the Ukrainian government, but how the Polish government, sorry sir, and how we can support that effort? Maybe Matthias, you first, and then Matt, your thoughts?
When you look at the financial commitments that have been made over the last couple of months, 2 reconstruction conferences, one in Switzerland, one in the UK, the next one's coming up in Berlin, you realize that the commitments that have been made, the numbers are higher than the money that actually has been paid out. So I think the first ask I would have is, rather than identifying new commitments, a promise made is a promise kept. Let's make sure that we remain smart in allowing those funds to reach the right people. And for me, for example, it's important, you talked about the small businesses, that the funds are going exactly to those. In the agriculture sector, the financial viability of the farmers is a much more critical point than funds that we would as a company need. We need our customers to be able to both harvest their crops and pay their bills, and then be able to do that again in the coming growing season. So focusing on those small businesses, focusing on infrastructure. We talk a lot about the successes. There's one vital river to the Ukraine that needs to be freed. So the Dnieper is something we need to think about today. It is a river that currently both cannot be used for transport. It cannot be used also to supply farms with the necessary water. I think freeing up that river is one of the most strategic goals we all should have. And then the third thing, rule of law. We have seen progress of night and day over the last 3 years. I want to applaud you for the progress you have made, but we have to be absolutely clear that there is no place for corruption and that the law is enforced, because the investments we and many other make, the confidence in the country also hinges on the rule of law.
Thank you, Matthias. Matt, you, and then Annie, I'll let you wrap up. Any comments, thoughts about what was said? Because I know you're certainly ready to jump in there. So, Matt.
Thank you, and I certainly agree with what my friend said on a lot of that. I think that the foundational aspects of what the government of Ukraine has done is exactly what they should be doing. Certainly the legislative work to have a comfortable climate for business to come in and work and be collaborative is there. I would say to continue to take a big picture view of what the goals are and then begin the process and the planning. There are, between land ports and seaports and other things we've been talking about, a certain amount of infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt, but also right-sized and built properly for intermodalism between the different rail spurs and, truck to port, to plane, to everything else, how it all fits together and doing it in such a way that it's thought out on the front end instead of just looking for a couple of very, very quick wins. I think you're going to want those, but you can do it in such a way that it's part of the broader vision for how the reconstruction should be, so that you are showing confidence to your donor community, but at the same time, you're building towards this greater vision of what it needs to be, and that you've got individual projects that really fit into this wonderful mold that'll really increase growth in the long run.
Thank you.
And at that bridge between government and the private sector, the Department of Transportation is working with the government of Ukraine under the umbrella of our Momentum initiative to provide technical assistance on topics like best practices in contracting, transparency. And I'm very proud to introduce to you all Mr. Robert Mariner. Robert, can you wave to us? Who is the Department of Transportation's embedded advisor embedded in the Ministry of Infrastructure in the regions, and you should feel free to contact Robert during the break, reach out to him as that bridge. Thanks.
Thank you, Annie, and Robert, happy to have you join us, sir. Well, look at that, we made it on time. So I want to thank everybody for joining us again. I think the Deputy Minister was clear that we're all here, at least speaking for government representatives, to hear what we can do better, how we can improve those commercial relationships. I think we're all interested in achieving the same goal, recognizing the challenges exist, and I think to overcome the challenges, it's going to take a lot of creativity and innovation, and what better source than the U.S. private sector. So thank you all very much. I thank my panelists, and with that, I think I'll turn it over to the hosts. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm hoping we can invite people to come back to their seats, please, if we can. Thank you very much. It's my honor to welcome a leader who is a valued friend of the Chamber and an important partner of the Chamber's Ukraine Business Initiative. When she spoke at this forum a year ago, she said American businesses have a tremendous opportunity to play an outsized role in helping our Ukrainian friends build a post-war Ukraine that is more democratic, independent, and prosperous, while transforming its economy to one that is more dynamic, innovative, open, inclusive, and entrepreneurial. Her own experience as a job creator, founding and running her own venture capital firm, combined with her years of public service as the governor of Rhode Island and now the Secretary of Commerce, give her a unique understanding of the opportunities and challenges that businesses face. She's a champion for pro-jobs, pro-growth policies, and has a proven record of accomplishment in seeking cooperative, collaborative solutions. Please join me in welcoming the 40th Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's wonderful to see everybody here. Special greeting to Prime Minister Shmihal. We just had a great meeting, and I pledged our continued strong and continuous support to Ukraine. Also joined by my friend and force of nature, Ambassador Oksana Makarova, who I hope is here. He's doing a spectacular job. And all of you who are here. I will say, whenever I meet with a delegation from Ukraine, I always come away deeply humbled and frankly feel deeply inadequate, because they are poised, professional, focused, energetic, and deeply committed. And I will say it's on the rest of us to summon all the strength and commitment that we have to remain steadfast, to make sure that they prevail in the righteous fight that they are pursuing right now. As I said earlier, President Biden has a religious belief. It's an article of faith to him that we stand by Ukraine until the bitter end, until their victory. And I'm so proud of the way he continues to be determined to work with our allies in Europe and around the world to support Ukraine in its fight for sovereignty and freedom. I will say, and I know there are a number of business people here today, Ukraine's freedom isn't just important to them. It's not just that they deserve it as a sovereign nation, but their freedom is crucial to global security and prosperity. And it matters to the United States and to our business community. And so for that reason, it is past time, high time, that Congress takes action and ensures that they approve the much-needed aid for Ukraine. I want to thank those of you who've been working with and in Ukraine during the war, the many, many U.S. companies that have stepped up to help meet Ukraine's needs, especially in defense, energy, food, and insurance sectors. AmCham Ukraine indicates to me that almost 90% of its member companies have remained fully operational. I want you to know that we at the Commerce Department are always ready to help you succeed with your businesses in Ukraine and as it relates to Ukraine. Frankly, the more U.S. businesses that we can have involved in the reconstruction effort and in the continuity of Ukraine's economy now, the more successful we will all be. I will say, as I was just saying, about the broad implications. Of course, it matters to U.S. business that Ukraine prevails. Honestly, it matters to the whole world. Let's be real about this. If Russia were to solidify its illegal occupation of Ukrainian territory, it's a threat to freedom everywhere. It's a threat to all of our economic prosperity, all of our national security. It's true. It's true. If this is allowed to stand, it's easy, it's not hard to imagine Russia's malign influence seeping westward, threatening all of the rest of our partners in Europe. Last week, President Biden hosted Prime Minister Kishida of Japan. Prime Minister Kishida has accurately said what's happening now in the West could happen in the East. It is in everyone's interest to stop this. We all get tied up in the business of the day. Take a moment to pull up and realize what is really at stake here for the world. Let there be no doubt. There can be no security for Ukraine, trade, or business in the region with Russian control of Crimea and Ukraine's Black Sea coastline. Let there be no doubt that if we allow this illegal invasion to be successful, it is a threat to every country's sovereignty and to freedom around the world. So I would just say, for all of us to support Ukraine's economy, it's the right thing to do, for sure. It's the principled and right thing to do. But it's also the smart thing to do. Like, if the principle of it doesn't motivate you, then your self-interest should motivate you. Because for our government and our allies, it's an investment in the security of the transatlantic community. It's an investment in the sustainability of the rule of law globally. In a world where standards of living rise, markets grow, and a free and fair competition thrives. And Ukraine becomes part of, Ukraine is free and has a Europe facing an open economy. That's what this is about. And at the Commerce Department, which I have the great honor of leading, we're doing everything we know how to do. We're putting pressure on Russia by sanctions and export controls, working with our allies to do that. Just had a meeting with the Prime Minister about how important secondary controls are so that other countries, can't route what they're not supposed to through those countries to Russia to provide them technology to continue its war. So we have imposed unprecedented and sweeping export controls, and we're going to continue to enforce those controls with everything we have. But we're also providing support to Ukraine, setting the table for a future reconstruction, bringing U.S. energy companies, infrastructure companies, insurance companies to the table, to set the table for a full revitalization and reconstruction of Ukraine once the fighting ends. So we hope to be, have been and hope to continue to be Ukraine's strongest ally. The defense community, of course, under Lloyd Austin, is doing an incredible job, but we at the Commerce Department want to do everything that we can to keep a lid on Russia's aggression, help and support U.S. companies who want to do business in and with Ukraine, and help, as I said, create the path to Ukrainian reconstruction, which I hope will come very soon. So I'm very grateful to all of you for being here. I'm especially admiring of those of you who've come here from Ukraine. You've re-energized me to double down on my efforts and my team's efforts. We're in it to win it with you to the end. And to the businesses here, stand by Ukraine and do all that you can. It's the right thing to do. You'll be on the right side of history, and it's good for your business, and it's good for the global economy. So thank you, and we're here to work with you to be successful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our program. I know everybody's had a chance to get their caffeine and some chocolate snacks and others, so we know you're ready for the next panel here, and we'll pay close attention. So for this panel, we want to do, we know that Ukraine offers enormous geographic, natural, and human capital resources. And while many of those are still untapped or underdeveloped, we've seen some real progress in sectors like agriculture and great promise for sectors like energy. So as we get into our conversation today, I want to ask our panelists to just as a theme address what are the advantages that Ukraine is offering in key sectors throughout the economy, and what do we need to be thinking about today to make sure that we can continue to grow those opportunities in the future? So to start us off, I'm both delighted and I know we're very fortunate to have with us this morning the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for Restoration, His Excellency Alexander Kubarkov. So he was able to join us virtually. If I could, sir, maybe to start with, maybe paint a broader picture for us on the opportunities that we have in Ukraine, but also wanted to ask you. I know that you recently submitted a plan to the European Union under the Ukraine facility that helped to identify areas where we can develop priority sectors that will ensure rapid economic growth. So maybe you could give us a little bit of context behind that program itself, but also maybe identify some of the policies that you're putting in place to prioritize growth and investment in sectors like energy and agriculture. So please.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for this opportunity. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Recently, we submitted a Ukrainian plan with European Commission. We are working also with IMF and World Bank to continue liberalization of the market and privatization as many assets as possible in our key sectors, just to invite partner with the private sector to maximum extent. For example, we are also promoting medium-sized business with access to 579 program. It's loans program, affordable loans for our business. Again, we are ensuring export routes for our two key export industries. It's first of all agricultural industry and steel industry. Due to established Ukrainian corridor, we were able to export almost 40 million tons of different goods. Among them, more than 26, it's agricultural goods from the moment the corridor was established. And building on that, the Ukrainian plan identified 69 reforms in 15 different areas. The Ukrainian plan reforms are centered on strengthening market institutions and enabling growth. And in addition, we are enacting policy measures in three directions. First, expand opportunities for export and enable investments, expand and ensure energy capacities. And for sure, right now, this is one of the key priority for country, for the government, and create incentives for Ukrainians to return home. Again, it's housing project, other projects, but that's another direction. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to ask, we've got the Finance Minister from Denmark, Nikolai Vammen, and thank you for joining us today. In addition to the ongoing military and energy assistance that you've been providing to Ukraine, know that you've also introduced the Danish-Ukraine Fund that is helping provide a variety of commercial financing instruments to reduce risks for companies that are both investing and trading with Ukrainian partners. So I'd like to ask you, what drove the decision to do that, and also what has been the response from Danish companies?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation here today, and thank you for putting this very important topic on the agenda. I guess the first and most important thing we have to look on here is how can we support Ukraine in its fight for its independence. It has been attacked in the most gruesome way by President Putin and Russia. And therefore, before we can talk about everything else, I think it's hugely important to say that if we do not stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, then not only Ukraine, but the European security will be challenged in a way we haven't seen since World War II. And therefore, from the Danish side, we want to invest in Ukraine on many different levels. First of all, militarily, we have, with the Netherlands, we are providing F-16 fighter jets. We have donated our entire artillery in Denmark to Ukraine. But we also have the business component. And the fund that you're mentioning is a very important part of that, where we encourage Danish businesses. More than 100 businesses have already engaged in investing in Ukraine, and also saying that these investments should not wait until after the war. We should get on moving immediately. And besides that, we have also, which for all I know, Denmark is the only country that has done so, we have said to Ukraine, we will take responsibility of helping you restoring one city in Ukraine, where we help on infrastructure, with business, with energy, the city of Mykolaiv in Ukraine, where we, from the Danish side, we are 6 million people, so there is a limit to what we can do, but we have said we will take this community and engage on all different kind of levels. And I will encourage other countries to do the same with cities and regions in Ukraine. Basically, this is a fight for Ukrainian independence. It is a fight for the security of Europe, but it's also a good business opportunity for companies to invest in a country like Ukraine and thereby doing business, but also supporting this country's fight in a more broad sense.
Excellent. Well, you very clearly laid out the theme of our overall program here and what is really needed. So thank you for that. And it sounds like an enormous commitment for Denmark, and with 100 companies that have already stepped up, it sounds like you got an answer that there is interest among the business community.
Very much so. And of course, with the fund, we are also making a safety net for the companies who are to invest. But at the end of the day, they do this because they see business opportunities in Ukraine, which is a country with a lot to offer. And therefore, from the Danish perspective, military aid, humanitarian aid, and business investments must go hand in hand. You cannot exclude one or the other and have the full impact of our support.
Excellent, thank you. Next, I'd like to move to Aaron McKee, Assistant Administrator in the Bureau of Europe and Eurasia at USAID. First of all, thank you for USAID's partnership with our program here. But as you've obviously been very active there as well, and just as a top-line question, really just ask, what do you think has allowed for the development of business activity even during the conflict over the last 2 years?
Thank you for the question, Marty, and thanks to the Chamber for hosting the second annual event. Minister, I could not agree more that hand in glove, we're not only supporting Ukraine to win the war, but also to win the future. And in 2022, Ukraine's economy contracted by approximately 30%, following Russia's full-scale reinvasion. But in 2023, GDP grew by 5%, and the IMF reported that the country had benefited from a stronger than expected recovery and steadfast reform momentum. And that shows that the work that we've done, not waiting until the conflict is over, but building that foundation now for economic opportunity and recovery is vital for so many reasons. And before and throughout the war, we, USAID, my agency in the United States, has been providing a breadth of support, enabling, in particular, the agriculture and energy sectors. As we know, agriculture is fundamental and critical for Ukraine's economy, but not just Ukraine's economy, but for global food security. And of course, with Putin's wanton, reckless attacks on civilian infrastructure, none of it matters if we can't keep the lights on, hospitals powered, heat in the winter, as well as all of the other elements of a full functioning economy that must have electricity and energy to be able to perform. Just a word on the agriculture sector, because this is one that we're joined by one of our longstanding partners on the panel here that I'd like to drill down on for a moment, and that is when Putin started weaponizing food, and with the Black Sea blockade, we worked, Deputy Minister Krubakov, it's great to see you again. We worked very closely with the government of Ukraine to find a way to support and sustain the farmers, not just for getting the grain out in 2022, but so that they could plan for and develop the next planting season and the next harvest. And so working with our allies and colleagues around the world, we identified sort of an all of the above and other routes. And building on that, sort of back to the point of it's an immediate sort of response as well as investment in the future by looking at those littoral, the river routes along the Danube, as well as border crossings. Those investments will stand and support economic activity and full integration with the EU markets in the future. So it's sort of responding to the crisis, but in response to the crisis, laying the foundation with state-of-the-art modern technology and ability to move goods, services, and people in a way that Ukraine deserves for the future for her Euro-Atlantic integration. And so we've invested over $350 million in just the agriculture sector alone. But that is just what I would call, and I'm using this intentionally, seed capital, because we were able to attract so many private sector partners as well as other donors to join us in this effort, who recognized that the stakes were tremendous, not just for Ukraine's economy, but for, as I said, global food security.
Excellent, thank you. Well, let's turn to the private sector, and start with you, Roger. Roger Martell is the Chief Sustainability Officer at GE Vernova, and I know that you personally and your company are engaged in many different parts of the Ukrainian economy. But I'd like to drill down into the electricity part of this. We know how critical it is about keeping the lights on. It's come up in several different conversations earlier this morning. So what do you see as the priorities and the needs of what's being developed on the electricity side?
Well, Marty, once again, thank you to the Chamber for hosting such an important discussion at a pivotal time. We're honored to be part of it. And our company, GE Vernova, helps provide 30% of the world's energy. And when someone is targeting civilian energy assets and kids can't keep the lights on and parents struggling with access to health care or doing their jobs, we're going to take that very seriously. And so we've been very proud with our partners, including USAID, to kind of make sure we're prioritizing everything we can to support the critical infrastructure of Ukraine's energy supply. And we've learned a lot about this, both in terms of just the imperative. I don't think there's anything more important we're doing as a company than helping Ukraine keep the lights on, but also as discussed about the business opportunities here partnering. So I'd like to cover both of those if I can. And I just want to say on keeping the lights on, I don't want to take too much credit for that. We've been very honored to ship our equipment, to prioritize our equipment, to take it from here and send it over there. But I got to say, as a 130-year-old energy company that was founded by Thomas Edison, we think we know a thing or two about the electricity grid. Well, Ukraine is really humbling us. They are doing a miraculous job under the most difficult of circumstances. That's impressing even us. And again, we think we have some expertise here. So we're learning a lot from Ukraine. I think you all see that. Thank you. And we talk about the energy transition, and the energy transition is coming. Ukraine is the leading edge of the energy transition. They're not only solving to keep the lights on today, they're solving for the future of Ukraine, and they're solving for the future of Europe. I mean, it's just incredible what they're able to do. And to me, that is the most telling part about why you want to invest in Ukraine, why this is such a positive environment. And what we have found is there's nothing that's more of an imperative to support this for all the reasons we've discussed. But we know businesses don't like risk. We like to operate in environments that have been de-risked, and so it hasn't been straightforward. But what has solved for that has been this public-private partnership, working with USAID, working with the State Department, with the White House, with our counterparts in Europe. And what I think this is the best example of a public-private partnership I've ever experienced, where you have the private sector doing what it does best, providing equipment, providing technology, getting it where it needs to go. You have the public sector doing what it does best, taking over some of the logistics, taking down some of the risk, helping with the finance component so we can accelerate things. And this combination of a public-private partnership has really enabled us to accelerate to support Ukraine in the strongest possible way. So in terms of the needs, our 3 priorities are obviously emergency power. Anything we can do, whether it's the winter or the summer or this or that, we don't want to take for granted. They've been incredibly successful, but no one takes that for granted. So anything we can do to send equipment, grid equipment, aeroderivative turbines, emergency power, we're going to prioritize that. Nothing's more important. The second is helping them build the grid back stronger, cleaner than ever, to the point that they not only have setting the example for Ukraine, but setting the example for the rest of Europe, for the rest of the world when it comes to the energy transition, because they are the leading edge of the energy transition. We're learning so much from them that's going to have benefits other places. And the third are the economic development opportunities. We don't want to just be shipping things to Ukraine. Ukraine has an incredible workforce. They have an incredible manufacturing infrastructure, and we're already in discussions about how do we utilize that workforce, how do we utilize those factories, get them up and running so that they can be an exporter of this technology in partnership with us and other companies. And again, thankful to our partners in the government for helping us create a favorable environment for doing so, including the finance components.
Excellent. Thank you, Roger. You always do a great job of highlighting the need for these partnerships among all the different players from government and the private sector and others to make this happen. Moving to Jeff Lloyd with ADM, Vice President for Oilseed and Economic Research. We all know that Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe, and ADM has been very focused on helping Ukrainian farmers and maintaining the global flow of food. But I'd love to have you kind of describe how have you managed to keep operations going during the last 2 years, and then looking ahead, what do you see as the greatest challenges and opportunities to maintain that?
Yeah, thanks, Marty, and thanks to the Chamber for allowing ADM to be part of this as we merge together the private sector with the government sector. It's so important. They've talked about the cooperation already, but that's vital, right? I mean, agriculture is so important to Ukraine, and Ukraine is so important to ADM, right? So from an ag perspective, we've gotten some GDP numbers, and I apologize, I'm a numbers guy. So agriculture represents 12% of Ukraine's GDP and 40% of the export market. So it is vital to the economy, right? And from an ADM perspective, we've operated there for over 30 years. We've got 650 employees there. We have a processing plant. We operate a port. So it is vital to our business, and we look at it as an extension of the Ukrainian producer, right? So as we think about maybe some of the strengths to begin with is the producer, right? And we've got to ensure that the producer gets more for his grain, right? We've got commodity prices coming down in general, and since the invasion, we've had the costs of transportation to the Ukrainian farmer have been astronomical, right? We've talked about the Black Sea corridor. That is absolutely the #1 priority, right? That must remain open. With that corridor open, we're near the export monthly capacity that we were doing pre-war, right? And the limitations really are on the interior, right? But it starts with the port. So we must have the Black Sea open. And then we must get product from the producer to the port, right? And there's a main bridge that's been out since early in the war. And pre-war, we were getting, I think it was 5,500 rail cars per day of grains, oilseeds to the port. Since then, we're only getting 2,000. So it's a big deal. So infrastructure in general is a big priority, right? But it really goes back to the producer, right? And getting lands back. You know, we heard this morning at breakfast the big demining program that the Prime Minister has in place, and that is huge. We've lost between 5 and 7 million acres of land that was farmed pre-war, right? So we've got a lot of work to do, but we want to get this producer back on page because he is a vital piece of the economy. You know, as we think about challenges, I think one of the challenges is predictability, right? We need an environment with laws and guardrails that are appropriate, but they welcome business, but they have the appropriate guardrails in place, right? And I think, you know, there's a few items in place today that are working very well. The VAT refund is working very well. And I think there's 2 bills today currently in Parliament that are potentially going to make some amendments or trying to make changes. One of those is putting an export tax on grains and oilseeds. And that's going to go right back against the producer, right? So that seems like a bad idea. And a second one would delay the VAT refund. And that's another, another potential hurdle, right? We want to make doing business for the private sector easily, and we also want to favor the industries that are playing by the rules, right? So we want to make sure that we cut down on the gray markets, right? And there are a few initiatives in place that are working well today, but we need to continue to focus on those as we move forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, I'd first like to just welcome you if there's anything you'd like to respond to from the other panelists, but perhaps as well get your kind of initial thoughts on the eventual privatization of these sectors.
Thank you very much. Privatization, yes, our colleagues from State Property Fund, they're in charge of this, and I think, yes, we are trying what we can privatize. We are planning to privatize. That's our strategy, but not only privatization is solution. Public-private partnership, I think, also very good opportunity, and we have actually in this area we have very good legislation. It was developed before the large-scale innovation in cooperation with all IFIs, and it was adopted. And before the war, we were able to structure several deals in seaports. We passed 2 ports in concession. Right now, again, during the war, we are working with EBRD and IFC on development of and on preparation for the concession of one of the largest seaport on the Black Sea in Ukraine, Chernomorsk, 2 terminals. I hope that all international companies, they will participate in this concession tender, and we already received confirmation from major players in this sector, so they will participate. Regarding other assets which they cannot privatize, so like what we are continue to do, just implementing corporate reform. Recently was adopted new law which will increase independence of supervisory boards, so they will receive much more responsibilities, approving of many documents, even without decisions of the government. So, and recruiting process of members of supervisory board, including independents, I think it's quite transparent, and all representatives of key IFIs, they participating in this contest. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Vemmer, if I could, I know Denmark and Ukraine have been cooperating for over a decade on energy projects, and maybe just to ask you, what do you see as the potential there, both for Ukraine and for Europe?
Well, first of all, Denmark is one of the leading countries in the world when it comes to the green transition. And for instance, when it comes to windmills, we are one of the countries that is setting the bar. And therefore it is very natural for us to work with Ukraine also in terms of renewing their energy infrastructure. What is the case right now, though, is that Russia is attacking the infrastructure of energy in Ukraine, and they want basically to turn off the lights. And therefore and I would like to congratulate the companies in the US and Europe and elsewhere that is taking a responsibility of helping. So there is an immediate situation, but there's also the opportunity to, when you make the new systems, to have the most modern, state-of-the-art, more green than what has traditionally been the infrastructure when it comes to energy in Ukraine. And I believe that wind, solar, and other initiatives will be key. And that goes for the situation now, when the war is unfortunately still going on and Russia is targeting energy infrastructure. But it certainly also goes for after the war, where this is an opportunity to invest heavily and help Ukraine with these investments. And you ask about the Danish fund for investment. We are a nation of 6 million people, The fund is approximately allocating $9 billion into this. Denmark is the country which per capita is helping the most. We do that not least in terms of energy and infrastructure, because the need is so big, and because we can also help Ukraine. And I was very heartened by the words about Ukrainians being very good at this. We can do this in a manner that will help Ukraine, but also made it easier for Ukraine to contribute to the green transition, and thereby also combating climate change. So there's a lot of good things to be done, but at the end of the day, it takes commitment, and it takes decisions, and it takes funds. And therefore, I also, of course, hope that the U.S. Congress, as soon as possible, will give the green light to sending more funds to Ukraine, because the U.S. Participation here is crucially important, both in terms of energy, but also on the broader scale. This is a defining moment we are facing right now, and we are seeing Russia that is increasing its efforts to do harm to Ukraine, and therefore the need for us to be on the other side, firmly in Ukraine's corner, is bigger than ever.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Aaron, if I could, you touched on some of this, but clearly you've been doing quite a lot of work over the last 2 years to help bolster production, build transport routes, secure financing. Perhaps maybe from a more personal level, what is, for you, your team, your colleagues, what's this experience been like?
Ooh, that wasn't on my question list. I'm kidding. It has been remarkable because we have tremendous partners. And it's through those partnerships, whether they're public-private, whether they're government-to-government, whether it's with our colleagues in Ukraine, because we're stronger together. You mentioned, Minister, we need the U.S. to lean in. We need all of us to stay together to be able to continue the effort. It's exhausting. You asked how my team's doing. They're exhausted, but they haven't skipped a beat, because we recognize how high the stakes are, not just for Ukraine, not just for the U.S.-Ukraine partnership, not just for our allies and partners, but for the entire world. And so when we're able to take a moment and recognize even incremental milestones, despite the relentless attacks and destruction that we see every day, there are these bright spots. And if I could, I'd like to mention a bright spot. And that is that one of the areas, and you mentioned, Minister, about the or you might have about the agriculture and the loss of territory, and the Ukrainian ingenuity and innovation and technology has been brought to bear to bring solutions not only to win the fight, but to be able to expand and secure and keep that economic recovery going. I'll give an example, using drones to not drones in a negative way that we're seeing from all the drone attacks, but to be able to safely inspect recently liberated fields, territory, et cetera, to make sure that they identify where sabotage and other damage has taken place, to make it safer for personnel to return, whether it's farmers or in substations, et cetera. That ingenuity was not imported from the U.S. It was created from the ground up from Ukraine, and we've partnered since with U.S. companies to be able to expand that capability, whether it's using robotics, drones, and other things to save human lives, but keep that productivity or render space safe. And so that inspiration, that innovation, that we can get it done no matter what, is what has kept my team going. And it's all of us collectively as partners that we are stronger together. And we need to lean on each other every once in a while, if not all the time, when the attacks become even more horrendous and unspeakable.
Well, thank you for sharing, and apologies for the curveball.
No, it's
it
okay.
was very, very well answered. We're running down on time here, but Jeff and Roger, I want to give both of you an opportunity to last word or point. So Jeff, why don't I start with you here?
Yeah, no. The only thing I mentioned, privatization was brought up, right? And that does seem like maybe a reform that we need to look at, right? I think the opportunity to get more foreign direct investment is going to open up if we open up privatization of lands, ports, or even long-term leases of land, right? So I think that's an opportunity that I think exists that hopefully we can continue to push for.
Excellent, thank you, Jeff. Roger?
Marty, I would just say back to our observations just about how Ukraine has so overperformed, in terms of being able to manage the grid. The two things that they've done, it's very simple. They've been fast and they've been smart. Every day has mattered to Ukraine. They've taken advantage of every day, and they've been smart in terms of moving in the right direction, knowing where they had to go and getting there. I think all of us could take a lesson from that, because sometimes I'm feeling like I'm not so fast and I'm not so smart. And I think what that translates to me is we all seem to be united in that we want to support Ukraine for Ukraine, and we want to support them for the business and economic development opportunities. We have to take advantage of every day. Every day matters here, and we have to be smart in that we have to be committed. I think the one challenge we have is not a lack of intent or goodwill, but a lack of certainty. And this is a very uncertain environment, and we have to be united in moving, because that's just where businesses are challenged. That's where they don't thrive. We have to be united, public-private partnerships, to move forward with certainty, to de-risk the environment, to make these commitments, and then just like Ukraine, we can go ahead and execute on that.
Thank you, Rich. Great point. Great way to end that conversation. I want to thank all of my panelists for joining us, and please join me in thanking our panelists today. We'll go out this way.
Gets old.
Right. Easier on us.
Yeah, probably. So we can tell truth.
Exactly. Between us.
Well, yeah. Oh.
Minutes.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Good, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the Chamber of Commerce for hosting today's forum and inviting me to moderate this panel on removing barriers to investment, something that we're all wrestling with as we try to look for ways to support Ukraine. The Chamber is a long-standing and valuable partner at the Department of State, and I'm pleased to be here for a discussion on key reforms that are going to lay the foundation for Ukraine's economic recovery. I'm joined this morning by four esteemed colleagues. His Excellency Denis Maliuska, Ukraine's Minister of Justice. Welcome. Mark Simakovsky from USAID, the Deputy Assistant Administrator for the Bureau for Europe and Eurasia. Eric Hans, Director of the Center for Accountable Investment at CP, and Alfonso Garcia from the World Bank. Welcome all. To secure a democratic and prosperous future, Ukraine has to continue broad judicial, economic, and anti-corruption reforms. And we've commended the government of Ukraine for making significant progress in all of these areas. And we will support and will continue to support its efforts to attract investors and to boost growth. We look forward to working with the private sector to break down barriers to investment in Ukraine and also to create a viable business environment that will enable Ukraine to recover, to grow, and to prosper. And with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over first to our panelists for very brief remarks. And thank you again, all of you, for being here, and I look forward to our discussion. I'll start with Minister Maliuska, please.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for having all us here. It's quite an important venue and opportunity to talk and tell about what we do in Ukraine and how Ukraine is important and attractive to investments, even given the circumstances we are in. But in terms of the topic of our today's discussion, I would like to emphasize that probably now it's a peak time for reforms in Ukraine. So we are in a period which never happened before. Given the complexity and difficulties we have with the war with Russia, but still the number of reforms we already implemented during the war and the number of reforms we expect to implement, this is something that the challenge we never been able to address and the goal we've never been able to meet. We have recommendations or conditionalities attached to each and every package of financial assistance we've got. Probably you know very well that all our taxpayers' money go to the war effort, and everything we need to cover non-military needs is financed by our partners. So our partners do not give us funding for reasonable grounds just because we are good and we are Ukraine and we are fighting a war, but quite justifiably add conditionalities. So we have lists of reforms from IMF, from the World Bank, from under EU facility, from EU itself, reforms as a part of accession process, conditionalities and recommendations from US government, or recommendations from G7 ambassadors in Ukraine. So we are talking about hundreds of reforms needed to be implemented soon in the short run during the next couple of months until the end of the year, in a year. So it's a tough period, but really good opportunity to change the country, and we do our best to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mark,
Thanks,
your comments on
Thanks, Undersecretary.
Yeah.
Really a pleasure to be here. It's obviously a really critical time for Ukraine. We at USAID are focused on several very key goals, which I'll touch on quickly, is to win the war, to win the peace, to hold Russia accountable, and then, of course, to ensure that U.S. taxpayer money is accounted for, considering the significant scale of assistance. And I'm really pleased to say that Ukrainian reform plays a huge role not only in winning the war, but in winning the peace and transforming Ukraine. And I really want to highlight, first and foremost, Ukrainian success in reform, which, again, in wartime, amidst unprecedented challenges, to be able to fight a war, retain resiliency while reforming a country and aiming for EU integration is perhaps something that no other country has faced before. And despite all those challenges, Ukraine is having incredible success on the reform front. Ukraine rebooted 2 linchpin judicial institutions, the High Council of Justice and the High Qualification Commission of Judges. It launched constitutional court reform recently, and it completed a competitive merit-based selection process for the National Agency on Corruption Prevention. And the government is not stopping there. They are selecting new high anti-corruption court judges with the participation of Public Council of International Experts, and that is starting also a process of legislation to establish a new high administration court. And frankly, I just want to thank Minister Maluska for his leadership, particularly on the draft legislation on the high administration court, which is going to be critical for reforms. And again, as the minister laid out, we are really in lockstep with all donors in the EU, with their G7 partners, with the IMF, on ensuring that we have a coordinated and streamlined and clear and prioritized set of reforms, because you can imagine having to do a number of reforms that different partners are claiming are important is too much for the Ukrainian government, and frankly is unfair in this environment. So we've been very specific on the areas that we think are key, and I've laid out some in the judiciary. Others that I think are very key are in areas that can create revenue for the government. So in customs, areas that impact border checkpoints, business, the Bureau for Economic Security. We want to unlock Ukraine's economic potential and unlock the reforms that are going to spark economic activity in Ukraine.
Thank you. Eric, give us a view from the Center for Accountable Investment, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary, for the opportunity. Thank you to the U.S. Chamber for hosting this event and gathering such distinguished guests in the room. It's really a who's who of who's doing what in Ukraine. It's a remarkable opportunity to gather here in Washington. You know, the Rada and the presidential administration haven't taken a break during this war. And I think that's commendable. It's under the stresses of wartime to continue to work, continue to operate day in, day out. But I think it's important to remember as well that the private sector hasn't stopped working, and that businesses keep doing businesses. In some cases, businesses are growing during wartime, particularly in those in the service sector, those in the IT sector. And those businesses, because Ukraine is such a robust democracy, can continue to engage with their government counterparts to continue to advocate for their own interests and for a better Ukraine. And I think it's commendable that the U.S. government and European partners, and really every OECD nation that is contributing to the success of Ukraine, is in Kiev, is in the Oblast centers, and really effectuating change and fomenting that democratic process, even now under wartime conditions. What is happening in Ukraine in terms of a governance perspective is a centralization of power. And prior to the war, we had this massive decentralization effort, which I think was successful. And I think that perhaps military analysts might agree with me that has led to the successful defense of many and pushback of many of Russia's early advances. Now, during wartime, it's natural to centralize, but I don't want to lose sight that during the peace, we need to decentralize again and push those powers back to the Oblast centers, push those powers back to the mayors and the city councils that were so responsive and scored so highly on those public policy reports. And just to reiterate, the final reform that the business community constantly reiterates to us in Kiev is the Bureau for Economic Security, as Mark mentioned, and getting that online and up and running. Thank you.
Thank you. Alfonso from the World Bank.
Thank you, Undersecretary, and thank you for inviting us, U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Really appreciate it. So, hearing the Minister of Justice, I was thinking, Ukraine in 2024 has already, or is going to pass 200, I have it in my notes, 230 conditionalities. I have never seen a country in the world, as member of the World Bank Group, that has actually in 1 year do 230 conditionalities, meaning 230 reforms, relevant reforms, either for budget support or for European Union accession. So what Ukraine is doing is really remarkable, is historical, and I think that the challenge is to do these reforms in a way, in a sequencing that keeps in mind kind of the impact that this is going to have. So prioritization, to me, is the big challenge and the big thing that we need to help the Ukrainian government to decide. Thinking on numbers, you know that the rapid damage and needs assessment done by the World Bank estimated that we need $500 billion to reconstruct Ukraine. $500 billion, I mean, if you put it in the context of the GDP of many countries in the world, we can actually have a sense of how big this is and how this could be covered. What we did after that analysis was to think how much of this can be actually covered by the private sector. How much of this 500 billion could be mobilized by private financing. And we ended up thinking that 1/3 of this 500 billion could be mobilized by the private sector. But for that, we need to take structural reforms. We need to do some legislative reforms that are critical to mobilize this financing. Reforms that goes into the key areas and sectors of the economy, energy sector, where the government, and we can talk about it a little bit later, but the government has already done a lot. There is more that needs to be done. Land reforms, we know that that was a pending reform in Ukraine before the invasion of Russian invasion of Ukraine. There are things that are moving, more needs to be done, financial sector reforms, state-owned enterprise reforms. So I think that there is a clear sense of what are the critical reforms that can really trigger a much bigger mobilization for the private sector. Prioritizing and deciding and sequencing those reforms, to me and to us, is the key thing and the key challenge that we have.
Thank you. And thanks to the World Bank for preparing such a detailed and thorough report that we've all, I'm sure, read. You've also pointed out the number of conditions that Ukraine has already met, and that really is also remarkable. I'm going to ask a few questions. Mr. Minister, I'll ask you to start the first question, but really anyone who wants to break in, feel free to do so. I'd like to pick up on what Alfonso just mentioned in terms of reforms, the reform agenda. Ukraine has had some notable successes on reform, including recent legislation to revitalize Ukraine's vital anti-corruption institutions. Give us a sense, Mr. Minister, of the progress that Ukraine has made on this reform agenda, and what are some of the big items that remain to be completed?
The major reforms we implemented recently, for instance, is the reform of Special Anti-Corruption Prosecution Office. Again, there were quite heated discussions that this reform was in the list of recommendations from expert community, from civil society, international organizations for many years. We did it in December last year and provided full operational independence and for the prosecution office, which deals with corruption crimes. So this completes the hierarchy or the structure of the fully independent mechanism for dealing with corruption issues in Ukraine. We have fully independent National Anti-Corruption Prevention Agency, NABU, National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, Investigative Agency, Prosecution Office, fully independent, as well as High Anti-Corruption Court, special court created under special procedure. And everywhere there, we outsourced HR function, meaning that the heads of those agencies are selected by the selection commissions, where a decisive vote belongs to our international partners, which provides that ultimate degree of trust and integrity to those selected to be the heads of those agencies. But again, this rules and this outsource of HR function was applied to also to major institutions within the judiciary, so the same level of independence and integrity. And right now, what's new at stake is the reform also mentioned today of Bureau of Economic Security of Ukraine. This is enforcement agency aimed to deal with economic crimes in Ukraine. So the mechanism applied before to anti-corruption agencies will be applied to this agency as well. So the level of independence, again, it's a unique situation worldwide. I never heard about any country agreeing to outsource HR function within the judiciary, within the enforcement agencies to the level we did it. So quite unique circumstances, to the level that I'm even afraid to lose all the jobs and responsibilities I have right now, since if each and every agency would be independent from the government, and there would be a reform of decentralization and turning back, the government would just sit and wait and discuss with our people what's bad happening in Ukraine and how we can do nothing. I'm kidding a bit, but still we need to have that sort of umbrella discussion of what the governance structure in Ukraine shall look like in order to meet best policies and best recommendations. What I say that we react on recommendations of our partners. We really thankful for US government, USAID, World Bank, for the assistance you provide us, since again, given the number of reforms we need to implement, we wouldn't be able to do anything given the capacity we have. So international partners not only provide conditionalities and requirements attached to the financial assistance programs, but also help us with technical assistance to do what is necessary. So again, thanks for that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Let's go beyond now the anti-corruption reforms. When we speak to companies, they expect other reforms on the part of Ukraine beyond anti-corruption. Some of them were pointed out by the World Bank in your report. Talk a little bit what you're hearing from companies as to what Ukraine can do to continue the progress that it's done in terms of institutional reforms and reforming the investment climate, so to speak. Alfonso, you want to start?
So I couldn't. It's not easy to hear you from this side, but.
So the question is, in terms of reforms beyond corruption reform, institutional reform. Some of them were pointed out by the World Bank in your report. What reforms do you think Ukraine has done and remain to be done in order to improve the business climate for the private sector?
Well, I think, of course, the anti-corruption one is a critical one. But let me bring probably two reforms that I believe are going to be critical and catalytic in the way that it can mobilize private capital. One is the PPP law, the new public-private partnership law, that I think is going to be critical in order to really finance part of the big infrastructure that the country needs to finance. Also, the new law on concessions is absolutely critical. These two laws, in my view, in our view in the World Bank, can be a real catalyzers to really bring more private capital. The other sector that, in my view, is going to be critical is energy, for obvious reasons. No? And the government has already taken very important steps in the reforms, but there are things that are still pending. No? Things still pending on the formation of price. I mean, just to give a figure, no? The current tariff only covers 50% of the system cost. 50%. So basically, we have an issue between the price that we have today in the market and the price that will make it bankable in a way for the private sector. How do we close that gap? What do we have to do in order to make that happen? That's a big question that requires policy and regulatory changes. Auctions, marketable auctions, PPAs on market conditions, these are reforms that I think are coming and will be critical for the renewable energy to step up in Ukraine. Another sector, and very quickly, that I think is going to be super important is housing, because we'll be probably one of the driver sectors in the recovery and growth because of the externalities that the housing market has in the economy. And I think that there are many reforms as well that are needed. Foreclosure legislation, for instance, there needs to be a rethinking of what is the foreclosure that we have in countries like Ukraine, thinking on how subsidies are distorting some markets, like, for instance, the housing market. So we also will need to review the subsidies that exist in the market that are creating many distortions in the price formation of some sectors that will be critical for the recovery.
So we hear from the private sector there's three critical reforms institutionally that need to be taken care of. The Bureau of Economic Security being one, customs reform being a second. There's a huge exodus of lost tax revenue coming from the customs enforcement. And a third is the tax system itself. And on top of that, the institutionalization of a public-private dialogue mechanism for the private sector to engage on economic reform issues. And so the private sector is really demanding a seat at the table in order to make its voice heard throughout the process.
And without piling on, I'll add a similar vein, but again, our assistance is also laid out exactly to support and enable Ukrainian reform. At USAID, we are deeply engaged in laying out technical assistance along these lines. But the main point I want to make is, yes, there are about 3 or 4 priority areas where we think Ukraine can unlock its own economic potential. The first is to establish a new high administrative court with vetted judges that will oversee cases against national level governmental institutions such as the tax service. Again, this is about implementation. Ukraine actually is starting a process in all these areas that I'm going to mention, but implementation is 90% of reform. Simply setting up the laws is just the start of the process, and it's our job at USAID to be there as a partner with Ukraine as it reforms these institutions. The second is to review the integrity of Supreme Court justices and select new justices to fill vacancies. Again, this is a process that will take time, but the setting up of these institutions and then a selection of judges is going to instill the confidence in the private sector that something is fundamentally being transformed in Ukraine. The third is to increase the number of high anti-corruption court judges. Ukraine has to select 25 of them. Again, this is really difficult in a time of war, and to select those that are essentially beyond reproach with their anti-corruption credentials. And then the other piece I think is just key is reforming those institutions that are essentially economic generating. So the State Customs Service was mentioned, the State Tax Service, and the Bureau of Economic Security, more than just outsourcing the HR piece, ensuring that the selection of individuals that serve in those institutions can really capture and ensure that they are essentially not rent-seeking institutions as they have been in some parts of Eastern Europe, but can help facilitate Ukraine's badly needed export revenue.
Thank you. I'm going to be quick. We have only a couple of minutes, but one of the best kept secrets of the last year is that Ukraine's GDP in 2023 grew by 5% after a reduction of over 25% in 2022. And I've been to Kyiv. There are hundreds of companies that are operating in Ukraine, have no thought to leave. In fact, I think the chamber tells us that over 85% of of U.S. companies are fully operational in Ukraine. What, in 2 words or less, only kidding, what are some of the opportunities that you see for U.S. investments in Ukraine right now? If you were advising companies as to what the opportunities are, what do you see in the short term? Mr. Minister, do you want to start?
I'm trying to remember those days when I was at the bank and IFC working on investment climate. My salary was significantly better, and I provided a better business advice than right now.
Join the crowd.
Yes. But still, I would say that it's difficult to plan some huge meaning to implement and make huge investments right now. But given the expected renovation and reconstruction of Ukraine, I think that each and every big company needs to secure its place right now in Ukraine right now, to prepare planning documentation, to have people on the ground, and to think where it could participate in the reconstruction process. Since, again, we expect that reconstruction would require huge investments, not only on the part of the government. We expect that we are talking about hundreds of billions of US dollars. And our opportunity and our ability to digest those amounts is pretty much limited right now. We could use and spend, I wouldn't say more than 10, maybe 15 billion per year, maybe year and a half. And the resources we expect to come to Ukraine, particularly from Russian sovereign assets, but others as well, is huge. And we really need our partners and businesses to come to Ukraine to help us actually to reconstruct and earn some money, since it's going to be quite profitable, I expect, and useful for the country. But what we have, again, we would definitely need some investments in energy infrastructure, which is destroyed on a daily basis by Russia. We would need some investments in logistics, as also Prime Minister told this morning about that, but we also would need to revive our agriculture. We still somehow managed to keep our export at the level we had even before the war, but given what is going on with our ports, what is, again, the level of destruction we have, we need more investments in logistics as well. So all of that looks quite profitable from business looking at the system from the perspective of businesses.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I would say the word is technology. And the technology sector in Ukraine has remained not only incredibly resilient, but it's growing. And so you have 5,000 Ukrainian companies just around the war, 38% growth in the sector, employing 300,000 people, providing about $7 billion of revenue. That sector continues to grow and has remained one of the most resilient. And Ukrainian companies have retained 95% of their contracts internationally despite the war. So this is a sector that's making money, that's hiring more people, and that's tapping into Ukraine's incredible talent pool. And so I think that this is an area that has incredible growth and potential for American companies. I'm really proud that USAID spent the last few months working on and facilitating a partnership between NASDAQ and the Ukrainian government. NASDAQ is going to waive the listing of fees for Ukrainian companies that want to list on the NASDAQ exchange. And again, that was done with partnership with USAID, and NASDAQ is also going to be helping Ukrainian companies understand the tools and what they need to list. So you can see American companies stepping in. Ukraine obviously is open for business, but in addition to agriculture, in addition to energy, in addition to infrastructure, which I agree with the minister are really ripe areas for investment, the tech sector is just one that I think is underutilized and is a place where American companies can really make money now in partnering with Ukraine.
Thanks. Technology was booming too before the war as well. Eric?
Yeah, to narrow down even further from the tech sector is cybersecurity and the hardening of physical assets. So, you know, the Ukrainians have faced some of the harshest cyber attacks in recorded history. I think that there's a lot of cyber companies here in the United States, some in Virginia, some in Maryland, local, that would be very interested in partnering or working with Ukrainian companies that experience this and that have built up defenses against this. Secondly is defense. Small-scale defense production, hardening of drones, hardening of other assets in order to combat the significant electronic warfare on the battlefield. I think there's a lot of lessons there for our own military and for our own defense sector.
Thank you. Alfonso.
So coming back to my first intervention, out of the $500 billion that we estimate are needed, $200 billion are expected or should come from the private sector. So this is a $200 billion opportunity, if you ask me for the big number. How do we split that one? I really believe that the energy sector is the bulk of it and will be huge. What we estimate in IFC is that without the reforms, private sector can mobilize $2 billion or can have a $2 billion opportunity in Ukraine. With the reforms, $40 billion. So can really multiply by 20 the volume of private investment that it can attract. We have done the same analysis for every single sector of the economy, trying to really go into the details on what are the reforms that will catalyze private investment into this country. So far, IFC, we have invested $1.2 billion in the last 18 months in IFC, purely in the private sector. It's of course tough. It's a different business. But we have focused on technology, I fully agree. The potential is clear and the risk is lower because it's asset light. Agribusiness, because of the tradition of the country, because of the relevance of the country and the role that it plays in food security for the whole world, not just for Ukraine. No? And then SMEs. I think that at the end of the day, this is the bulk of the job creation in the country, and we need to continue supporting SMEs through financial institutions, which at the end of the day are the ones who better know this subsector. No?
Thank you. Thank you very much, all four of you. This is a short panel. But I appreciate very much your participation and look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ivana Zuzul. I'm Executive Director for Europe and head of the Ukraine Business Initiative here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It's my great privilege to introduce our next segment towards sustainable economic development. And the question in front of us is pretty straightforward, or seemingly straightforward, just how does Ukraine, together with its partners in the public and private sectors, lay out priorities for national economic and sectoral development, and how we can work in concert to optimize this process. We have a terrific panel, but we have only 30 minutes, so we'll jump right to it. I have Maria Longi, Coordinator of U.S. Assistance to Europe and Eurasia at the U.S. Department of State, Taras Kachka, Deputy Minister of Economy and Trade Representative of Ukraine, Carl Jensen, Executive Vice President of National Governments at ACOM, Andrew Torrey, Regional President for the SMEA region at Visa, and Mark Stoes, President of Enterprise Solutions International at GE Healthcare. Thank you all so much for being here with us. So Deputy Minister, let me use this occasion to turn directly to you. We heard from the Prime Minister earlier today about some of the main priorities for Ukraine's national economic and sectoral development. And I wonder if you can give us a little bit more detail or color on those, and also talk us through how your government has been working with partners, including the US and the EU, on this process.
So I think that the Prime Minister talked about areas where we see that economic development is necessary, and measures for support of this economic development are urgent, like energy, because without energy I think that we cannot develop any area of our economy, starting from agriculture and IT. Agriculture is our competitive advantage here and now, because I think that the miracle of maintaining agricultural production that happens despite war, despite all logistical problems, actually drives our economy now, as well as IT industry. These are areas where we see that economic activity exists. It as well see its own future from different perspectives. Like agriculture, for example, sees its future as a, let's say, global player integrated with the European Union, with a lot of complications connected to the fact that how to integrate our agriculture to the sensitive EU agriculture, and we see a lot of sparkles and a lot of different problems in our dialogue with EU farmers. But at the same time, we see this future together, and we see this future as sustainable, because I think that what we see is counterintuitive, but what we are telling constantly to our EU partners is that EU sustainability goals in agriculture, Green Deal in agriculture for the EU is possible only with Ukraine. The same is about energy. So we know that a Ukrainian energy system was integrated with the European Union, and now it helps us to live through the devastating times when Russia destroys our generations, electricity generation. But what we see is that also this problem is a good opportunity to rebuild, to reconstruct our energy generation in a way which is future-oriented. And now we see that even today the market, or electricity market, actually is attractive for renewables, for solar and wind generation, and we see how it complements the priorities, long-term priorities of our partners. So that's why it is quite natural how we design our programs of supports, our reforms, our projects that have supported by the US government, the European Union and member states, because the long-term strategies, the long-term goals of our partners are absolutely coincides with our needs, and not only political choices of Ukrainian government, but also the needs and interests of Ukrainian business.
Thank you so much. Maria, turning to the perspective from the US government, how are we working with Ukraine and partners to develop plans that will guide economic recovery and physical rebuilding?
Thank you for that question. I think you've heard a couple of the ways that we've worked with Ukraine over the last 2 years to work on the recovery reconstruction plans. But first, huge kudos and appreciation for how how the government of Ukraine has managed it. It's fortunate that there are so many donors and so many interested countries and partners that do want to partner and be part of it. And a number of things have really matured over the past year, which I think hopefully some of them they're all gelling and coming together at this time. One of those, which Secretary Pritzker and the next panel after that mentioned, was the multi-donor coordination platform. That is, it was a G7 initiative. Additional partners have been added over the past 6 months, and I think that's really starting to prove to be a platform where numbers can be shared, and the government of Ukraine can use that as a platform to talk about its own priorities and interests, and that matchmaking can occur with resources. And we are very fortunate from the U.S. side. We engage in that as a co-chair together with the EU and the government of Ukraine. Secretary Pritzker has taken a very active role, and so that has been one of the ways we've engaged. Another way is through the IMF platform, the extended fund facility. We are very supportive of that, and I think one of the added benefits of that, in addition to the resources that it's providing, is it does have reforms associated with it, which are important for Ukraine's long-term recovery. And so I think that's another important piece. Another one is the RDNA, which is the needs assessment. The third version came out in the last several months, and this is a cooperative effort between the government of Ukraine and the EU, the World Bank, and others, and that is a way to document, categorize the actual needs. That is a good information source, and that is a good collaboration between the technical people in the government of Ukraine together with many of the donors. The other one that's a big one is obviously the EU accession process. We're very, very pleased that happened last year. But the reforms and everything that's associated with that are things that the U.S. can get behind and support, and that is just another place where Ukraine is pulling together, and the international community, including the U.S., is organized around.
Thank you so much. Turning to our private sector panelists, Andrew, when we reflect on remarks about Ukraine's restoration agenda, Visa's been working in country to offer technical and digital payment solutions. I wonder if you might give us a sense of how these technologies are working to support the priorities, particularly in terms of economic and sectoral development.
Sure. It's great to be here today. We've been working, Ukraine is incredibly important for us as a company. We've been working in Ukraine for multiple decades. We have a large office there, and I think I want to touch on, three things. One is talent, second is innovation, third is public and private partnerships. When I was here last year, we had a breakfast with the Prime Minister. I asked him some of the things we could do, and he said, we really want to bring people back, and we want to make sure we've got jobs for folks. And Ukraine has been not only an important market for us, it's been a hub for talent, supporting not just the 17 markets in that region, but our broader 88 countries in CEMEA. So, and we've traditionally hired there to do jobs beyond just Ukraine, and in the last 12 months, we've increased our workforce by almost 20% there. I was in Ukraine, I've been twice there this year, and I got a chance to meet a bunch of those new hires when I was there earlier this year. Incredibly talented group of individuals, and they allow us to do some really great things. So talent, very, very important. On the innovation side, we've been innovating in Ukraine together with the financial institutions there and with the government for many, many years. Very technologically savvy, very early adopters of technology, which has been great. And even after the invasion, Ukraine and the Ukrainian financial institutions, as they were moving data centers either to the west or outside of the country, were using some technologies that we hadn't actually really even made broadly available. But necessity is the mother of invention, and they were connecting to our global network via the cloud. It was kind of the first time that had happened, and they did it really nimbly and quickly. Again, when just another good example of innovation, when the government realized it was going to be very tricky to deliver cash we helped make things electronically, payments more broadly available. And one of the new technologies we were adopting in Ukraine was to take a simple smartphone and make it a point-of-sale terminal. So I think innovation has been part of the DNA, and with the talent and with the sophistication of the financial institutions, it continues. The last is around public and private partnership. We've worked with the Ministry of Digital Transformation from the outset in 2019, where they were looking to make a great set of high-impact citizen services. They wanted to make it easy for citizens to make payments digitally, securely from their own homes for simple government services. That's now become known as DIA, and we all know the success of DIA, but that started in 2019 to payouts, being able to incorporate the private sector to be able to do the things the private sector does really well. DIA's had a great vision. We're incredibly appreciative of the partnership with Minister Fedorov, and they've continued to move from success to success. And then the last thing I'll say is, you know, the government has also really served as a catalyst to support the private sector. One of the things that we care about and the Ukrainian government cares about deeply are small businesses, more entrepreneurship, especially around women-owned businesses. And I was out there in late March when we did Vidvajna 2.0, which is the Women's Business Accelerator Program. We had 5,000 women that came through the program last year. This year, 10,000. It's just a great example of really diversifying the economy, being able to get more women producing local goods, and it's just a great partnership.
I think all of the panelists here today really bring a wealth of experience working in public-private partnerships, which has sort of been, I think, for me, the key buzzword of the day. So continuing to touch upon some of that expertise and experience, ACOM Carl is working with the government of Ukraine to provide program management and technical advisory support. How can governments and companies best provide technical assistance or expertise as Ukraine works to plan for the recovery and revitalization of its economy?
Thanks for the question, and it's great to be here. I have the fortunate honor of actually talking in several of these forums, and every time I see, you know, the secret to technical assistance is the audience first, right? The audience wants to be able to participate in the recovery and the support and the reconstruction of Ukraine, and you represent so many different sectors across that, you know, whether it's financial, agricultural, you know, my sector, engineering and construction. You know, these are very important aspects, and you know, the problem in Ukraine, or the challenge of Ukraine, is a generational problem. This isn't something that, you know, one country can do. It's not one sector. It takes everybody. And the technical expertise that I've been seeing, you know, from audience to audience, there's so many motivated people that really want to participate. So the question then really becomes the how, right? Well, you have to look at where people are on the ground, right? And who is actually controlling, you know, those opportunities to allow technical experts from the United States or from the EU or from any other of the nations that are interested. And to look at, you know, what are the mechanisms they have in place. You know, one of our sponsors, I mean, you look at the sponsors today, Department of Commerce, State, and USAID, you know, each of those have different mechanisms that they use to bring technical expertise into Ukraine, to support Ukraine with various different ministries and different activities. And I can tell you, in all honesty, every time you go there, you see these technical experts, whether it's on a Zoom call or a Teams call or in person. You know, there are different people operating right now, trying to share their expertise of what they've learned in their home countries, you know, partnering up with people in Ukraine. And then my experience in Ukraine itself is that Ukraine wants that, right? They have such educated, you know, capable staff across multiple sectors that they want to learn that experience that, you know, we from the United States have to offer. So, you know, we look for ways in contracts and other things where we can bring our expertise, marry that up with the local expertise, so that it really becomes that 1 + 1 = 3 story. So I think there's great opportunity for technical advisory services and support for everything moving forward. And I can only say that, you know, it's only going to grow, right? Because again, this is a generational problem, and it's going to require the world community to be part of that solution.
Thank you so much. Mark, GE has been working with both U.S. and Ukrainian partners over the last 2 years to provide emergency equipment and supplies. What has been your experience working across these different networks, and can we apply any of the lessons that we have learned in crisis management and crisis response over the last couple of years to long-term recovery efforts?
Thank you for the question. I think there's a significant amount of knowledge that we've gained when we go back even into the pandemic aspect that we've leveraged as we've gone into this unfortunate situation we currently face in Ukraine. We started by donations because I think we needed to have an efficiency to deliver the medical equipment to the market and to the customers and the civilians as well as military personnel to deal with both acute and chronic disease. I think sustainability is the first thing that I would start by talking about. Sustainable capabilities to make sure that when we do a tender for resolving the rest of the community that needs to be replaced, we can't take 2 years to do such activities. So we need a mechanism beyond the normal procurement capabilities to allow us to ensure not just that we deliver the equipment, but it's a quality level of equipment that can be sustainable and long-term growth for the community. During this time of 2 years, we've delivered over 750 pieces of equipment across 120 hospitals throughout the country. And I think that when we look at that, the key to this was the collaborations that we've had with the World Bank on the concept of bank-facilitated procurement, which adds a quality component to that decision-making so that we have equipment that comes into the market that can be used today and sustainable through the future. So I think from our standpoint, looking at communication, dialogue with the governments, as well as the banking communities to ensure that we're able to deliver the right level of devices to meet the needs, not to deliver too high of a level or too low of a level, but the right level to meet the demands that the customers have to deliver healthcare to the society.
Staying on the subject of public procurement just for a moment, and I'm flipping the order around on us a little bit, Carl, strong public procurement practices will be central to, I think, driving the long-term interest and engagement of the business community. What do we need to be mindful of to ensure that we're bringing resilient, sustainable, durable goods into the market? And are there sort of any examples of successes that we have achieved that can be replicated here?
I think that's a huge question. Let me break down just a couple aspects of that. So there have been some successes, especially where I think the urgency is really required. You look at, in terms of ammunition manufacturing for Ukraine indigenously, partnerships with Germany and German companies to be able to bring that manufacturing capability in-house. There have been different agreements between companies in other countries in Europe for things around the grain and being able to deliver. Port concessions and things like that are starting to play. Where in the United States we have, there's a robust, kind of a private partnership activity, across really the nation. Ukraine's learning about that and using these first steps as pilots for future collaboration across. But what you really need across are those strong standards, strong commitments, because public-private partnerships require confidence, right? It's that trust layer that is so important. So being able to create that trust layer, to have those standards, those regulatory certainties, so that private companies can invest with confidence and then really work together with the Ukrainians to build a capability, build a service, whatever it might be. That's really what needs to happen. And I'm really excited about where they're moving today, but I'm really excited even more so for where they can move tomorrow.
Thank you. And staying on the subject of regulatory certainty, I think the last panel covered a lot of ground on how reforms need to be sequenced. But as we plan for economic development, how do we ensure that regulation can meet future needs? So Taras, bringing back to your point a little bit, Ukraine is poised to adopt an enormous volume of legislation, of internal reforms, EU regulation, international standards. How can you do that without curbing your ability to rapidly develop critical sectors?
You know that this question has no answer at all. because I think that this is the challenge for all of us, yeah, for the United States, for all EU member states, for Ukraine as well. So that the problem is that whether you try to attempt to reply to this question or you just hide behind something, yeah, saying that it's not for us, yeah, we stick to old rules and etc. And we are on the side of thinking how to do this. And indeed, this is a challenge for us. And I think that it's like, you know, that public procurement is maybe a litmus in this, but it's like multiplies everywhere. So first of all, we are not relying only on, let's say, so-called like cargo cult, like cargo reforms, like copy-pasting experience of other member states. What is important for us is that all these new rules are not just like done because it is envisaged in certain plan, but because these rules are necessary for business, for society, and like for public procurement, we stick to the prices only for the reason of increasing transparency in public procurement. It was necessary for several years in order to increase trust in society to the public procurement as a system. But now we see that for sustainable development, for receiving the equipment that is exactly necessary for our needs, we need more sophisticated public procurement rules. We use EU experience, but it is as well requires more sophisticated approach from companies, more tolerance from society, that we are not oriented only on price, but also we are taking into account other indicators, and society is not saying, no, so this is just like hiding something vested, something unpleasant. So that's why for us, all these reforms are very live and very vibrant, and they actually based on social fabric, so that we are not just saying that we impose what is envisaged in certain plan, because plans are always boring. But we are saying that we are doing things that are necessary for business, for our partners, for our society, in order to move on to certain goals, either urgency or sustainability, etc. And this is the secret. Of course, it is always like in any discussion. So there are many voices and many options, but the general approach is the same. We want to develop our economy. We want to embed all our strategic goals into the rules that are applicable, and also comply with requirements of our partners. It is manageable, and I think that in any case it cannot be just boring reporting stuff that we implemented everything. So it's not only a museum of regulation, so regulation should serve business. This is definitely an axioma. Thank you.
Thank you. And transparency, predictability, accountability have to be at the center of any development agenda, not just Ukraine, but anywhere. Maria, how do we uphold these principles in the long term?
Well, it was great to hear the Prime Minister repeat what I've heard him say before, and the Minister as well, how important reforms are to the economic development of Ukraine. Secretary Pritzker reinforced that as one of her, I think, six elements that are necessary. So I don't think there's any doubt that the government of Ukraine takes it seriously, and the U.S. government does. You know, there are a couple reasons why it's so important to us. One is that we've invested a lot of U.S. taxpayer dollars in Ukraine, and we want to make sure that those monies are well spent. And so having a clean, well-run, transparent country that we're investing in is very important to us in that regard. The other reason is that the private sector, in order for them to want to invest in Ukraine, those regulations, those boring regulations, need to be front and center and be the way that the country is governed. And so I think for the economic development, it's important too. We do invest some of our assistance resources to help Ukraine in many areas. We support some of the anti-corruption agencies. We support the prosecutors and the court systems to help make those implement the boring regulations, which is all a part of our being a good partner to Ukraine to address these issues. I think, thankfully, the things that I listed before, where the international community is working together, also have reforms associated with them. The IMF program, the EU accession process. We also, bilaterally, as the U.S., have communicated what priority reforms are important to us, and we've had a great dialogue with the government on that. We have conditioned our budget support on reforms forums as well. And so I think that the international community, the U.S., has a kind of a common voice, and we have a great dialogue with the government of Ukraine because we all agree that it's important.
Thank you. Mark, you come from a sector that crosses borders to deliver needed goods. So I think in your experience, how can we be successful in overcoming some regulatory bottlenecks that can undermine or hinder cooperative efforts?
So with healthcare, it's very important on regulations and safety. Compliance and verbal communication and dialogue are critical to success here. I think when we look at the knowledge that we've gained across these different markets, it's critical for us to understand how we can support the local community, making sure that we deliver the right level of quality and safety when we deliver medical care. So from our standpoint, really it's about make the right compliance, dialogue on how should we address the market needs, how do we deliver the quality and safety, not just from General Electric Healthcare, but across the various entities that can support the healthcare system within the Ukraine market. So I think really more focus on understand the needs of the market and deliver solutions against it.
Thank you so much. And Andrew, I wanted to come to you last because I actually really want to end on a success story of what is possible. I mean, digital transformation, and we've heard this, is a great example of a process that captures a wide array of stakeholders. It includes financial institutions, merchants, fintech, governments, consumers. They're all working together to deliver a successful digital ecosystem. And obviously, we understand that this is an area that is critically important to Ukraine and that has been a really high growth area for Ukraine as well. So how are you working with all of these groups and across all of these groups towards a common purpose of sustainable economic development?
Sure. So I'll just start by saying that Ukraine has long been a leader in innovation, and it's been a relentless focus on the end user, the consumers, the merchants. You can digitize things, but you don't want to digitize a bad analog service. You need to make something better. So that's been happening. You've got great IT sector, but you've also had a couple of other things. One is the National Bank of Ukraine has been fantastic. Governor Pishny has one of the toughest jobs in the world, and he struck a great balance between resiliency and security, but allowing innovation to continue to thrive. And then the other thing I think that's really, really important is government playing a leading role in defining what great looks like for consumer services. And that's one of the things that the Ministry of Digital Transformation did with the DIA services. So they laid out the objectives, great consumer experiences. You don't overnight get 20 million consumers using 20 different services by having a bad process. You've got a great process, you build it over time, and you're just really focused on end user needs. And they brought in the private sector to help them do that. And it's great when government plays that role of defining what really good looks like for their citizens. And there's examples all over the place. I mentioned the women small businesses, but if you just look at the ability for them in the DIA app to be able to put payouts directly to consumers whose houses have been destroyed with a missile immediately. It's just such a great, simple process that you need great IT. You also need a really good enabling environment and a government that is really focused on improving the livelihoods of its citizens. And it's just a great place to be able to support that.
Well, I want to thank all of our panelists for their time and insights today. And it was a pleasure having you here, and I hope you'll join me in a round of applause. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm supposed to lead you.
All right. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody? Everybody come back in. We're going to get restarted here, so I hope everybody had a good lunch. We're going to have people do jumping jacks, I think, in order to come back. Yeah, get the energy level going. So I am Tom Quadman. I am Executive Vice President with the Capital Markets Center here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I am joined by Sergei Nikolochuk, Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Ukraine, Anna Rogers, the Head of International Development for the City UK, as well as Ed Knight, Executive Vice Chair of NASDAQ. So welcome. We've already talked a lot today about reforms, and we're going to talk a little bit later today about the drivers for economic growth in Ukraine. But we all know that the drivers of economic growth need financing. And capital markets play an important part of that financing. And normally, Ed, if you and I are having a conversation, or Anna, we're having a conversation about capital markets, we're usually talking about the policies that are needed to help support them, or the policies we need to get rid of roadblocks. But this is even more complicated because we're trying to talk about this as we're also overlaying this with the war in Ukraine as well. So it's a very difficult situation. So with that, Sergei, let me start with you. What is the current state of Ukraine's financial markets, and what are the challenges that you're facing right now?
First of all, the main challenge for the financial market is the war and its effects on the economy, on the financial sector. So the situation was really complicated in 2022, and at that time the efforts of the National Bank of Ukraine and other regulators were directed to ensure the business continuity of different elements of the financial market. Then last year, financial regulators, including the National Bank of Ukraine, updated the strategy for financial sector development, which sets the priorities for our joint actions both during the war and also for the post-war recovery. And nowadays, so we and our colleagues do our best to implement our strategy even under extreme conditions of huge uncertainty and elevated risks. So probably the main challenge which we see now, at least at the central bank, that is the need to set, we have, at the moment I would say that we have more or less developed the segment of the market for the government securities, but at the same time we understand that for the post-war recovery, so we need the infrastructure for different agents to attract the capital, and our joint task to create the infrastructure which will provide the foundations for such attraction of capital. I mean, attraction of capital by the private sector, by the municipalities, by I don't know, by some special vehicles.
So Ed, recently NASDAQ and the Ukraine signed a memorandum of understanding to create an international financial center in the Ukraine. Can you talk a little bit about what the thinking was around that, and how do you see that progressing so far?
Sure, and Tom, thanks to the Chamber for bringing us all together. This is something that's at the heart, if you will, literally, of NASDAQ, in the sense that we own and operate the markets in Finland, Denmark, Sweden, and the Baltic states. So our employees are right there while this is going on. They feel connected to this. They're very supportive of the Ukrainian government and people, like I know all of us are. Two is something we feel we know well, is not only how to operate markets, but how to build them. We provide technology to over 100 markets in over 50 countries around the world. And as you said at the beginning, well-functioning capital markets are key to creating capital and raising capital and deploying capital when you're rebuilding an economy like Ukraine will be doing. You know, it should be said, you look at the history of Ukraine's economy, it has had long periods of strong economic growth because it's blessed with many resources, natural resources, and its employees and workers are very talented and entrepreneurial. We see that in our own workers in Ukraine. So we're optimistic about that. We want to be part of it. USAID came to us to encourage us to work with the Ukrainian government, and as working with USAID, with the Chamber of Commerce, with others in the UK, like City UK, we focused on, one, the listing area and relaxing our listing fees to encourage companies to go public both on NASDAQ here in the US, but also on our Nordic markets. And looking at how, subject to their roadmap, they would develop their financial markets and how we could be part of building that out. So that as, for instance, you build out the agricultural sector, questions come up of how do you handle risk management there, a derivatives market in the commodities area to deal with that. Where do you want to take that? Other parts, and of course, just raising capital for entrepreneurial activities if they meet our listing standards.
Yeah.
So we're coming at this, as I said, from our heart. This is, and we're doing it in conjunction with others in the financial markets, like the London Stock Exchange, City UK, Bank of America, many others, and we're proud to do that.
Great. And similarly, the City UK in Ukraine also signed an MOU to create a financial services and professionals market in Kiev. What are the components of that effort, and also how's that developing?
I mean, we all know that private sector is the key driver of economy, and it's fantastic to hear in this room, but also in all of the other events that are going around the world, that private support for Ukraine is immense. I think we are all very surprised, but also very pleased to see that support still continues, because a lot of the times you kind of have support that eventually diminishes. But Ukraine has a strong support for, as Ed mentioned, from the US, from the UK, Europe, and plenty of other allies. And I think that's something that's very key to the future economic growth of Ukraine. From our perspective, we know that the three main goals, both short-term and the long-term goals, are increasing investment into private sector, especially international one, but also domestic, looking at increasing experts from Ukraine internationally, and we've heard a lot about work done to support those efforts, and war risk insurance that has been created, and grain corridor, which is fantastic, and also supporting regional growth and human capital development. I think Ukraine, if I'm correct, lost about 3 million jobs since the war has started. There are a lot of internally displaced people, a lot of people that left Ukraine. There's a lot of fantastic skills in Ukraine, but how we can bring those people back into Ukraine. And I think private sector will be the key sector to bring those people back into Ukraine. So from our perspective, there are a few different things that we are focusing on. One of it is, as you've mentioned, and Ed alluded to it, is helping Ukraine redevelop financial and professional services. And that includes capital markets development, that includes innovation and fintech. We know tech is one of the best performing sectors in Ukraine at the moment. That's looking at green and sustainable financing and supporting the green recovery of Ukraine. And one of the events I've recently been at, it was mentioned that being green and sustainable, it's not a nice to have anymore, it's a must. And Ukraine has a unique opportunity to rebuild better in line with those standards that will also support EU accession. And finally, looking at other things like supporting businesses, both at the bigger corporates, to export internationally, but also supporting those SMEs and those fantastic female-owned businesses which open up since the war has started, so that they have access to capital, they have access to international growth, they have access to skills. So looking at supporting both international companies and private sector to have that confidence in operating in Ukraine, but also supporting domestic companies so that they are able to expand internationally and come and list at US Stock Exchange or London Stock Exchange. And this is something that we've been working together, as I'd mentioned, with the US, but also EBRD and others, because I think we are all singing of the same hymn sheet, and we all want best for Ukraine. So aligning our messaging and aligning our support with direction of what Ukraine wants to do and what Ukraine wants to look like, not only in the short term, but in the next 10, 15, 20 years. It's something that, you know, we are uniquely placed to help with. And finally, looking at building the capacity of Ukrainian government and promotion agencies to attract that foreign direct investment. To attract investment, a full ecosystem needs to be in place, and a lot of it is probably a long-term effort, but there are some building blocks that Ukraine can lay down now to send the right signals to investors so that they can improve that investor confidence, which is very much needed by the private sector at the moment.
So, and I actually want to build on that point a little bit. And, you know, as you were talking about, right, NASDAQ is just not a US exchange, right? You have exchanges all over. So from your perch, right, where you sort of see how capital flows, right, they can go across the globe and the like, how is it that Ukraine can work with international partners to make sure that Ukraine can be a magnet for that capital?
Well, as you know, Tom, in our work with the Chamber, the critical issue and that we're constantly working with the SEC and policymakers on are evolving the rules of the capital markets. Those markets are always changing, reacting to outside stimulus and the rest. But what you want is to develop a model that will be attractive to the global investor, and particularly the institutional investor. And that is the ecosystem that we have in the United States that's very strong, that they have in UK, and that can be developed in other parts of the world and has been. But corporate governance is a key element of that. The institutional investor, who is so important to global capital flows, has a template that they desire before they will invest. Around transparency and governance, around financial disclosure, key elements, and those exist in Ukraine. But as the international global investor looks again at Ukraine, you want to make sure you have a very attractive picture for them in terms of the rules in place, that they're the most modern, and that they fit well with the rest of the world and are attractive to the rest of the world in terms of giving investors confidence. Technology is part of it, but it's only one part of it.
Right. So Sergey, let me turn back to you. First off, you have a very tough job, right? Because you have to do, in the short term, you have a lot of pressures related to financing the war and the economic situation that exists. And on the other hand, you have the longer term issues of how do you build out the capital markets to support not only reconstruction, but a vibrant, growing economy. How is it from your point of view that you can balance those two things? Because you're trying to do some of these things simultaneously.
You know, so during the last years, we learned how to do a lot of things simultaneously, how to do the tough job, how to maintain macroeconomic and financial condition even under very hostile environment. And no, frankly speaking, we do not have a choice. So that's the work we have to perform in order to create the foundations for the recovery of the country. Again, from our point of view, the first precondition for the successful development of the capital markets in Ukraine, that is the macroeconomic and financial stability. It's very difficult to build something on ruins. And we consider that fulfillment of our mandate of ensuring price and financial stability so very, very seriously. At the same time, definitely we have a lot of medium-term, long-term tasks. I already mentioned the strategy for the financial sector, which outlines our priorities. So I would also mention our euro integration initiatives, which define, the perimeter of tasks for us in the nearest future. So, and also I may add to that our commitments under the IMF program and under other programs with international partners. Of course, the role of coordination is very important here. So definitely there are some short-term tasks which you can't avoid and you have to fulfill in order to set some stage for the long-term achievements. But at the same time, this strategic approach and the correct management of tasks help us a lot to not to forget about also long-term priorities.
No, and I want to get back to that before we end. But Ann, I want to turn over to you for a second. That Ed talked about the corporate governance, the important corporate governance, disclosure, transparency, and there were discussions earlier today about the reform agenda and the importance of that. Can you talk also a little bit about the need for investor protections and what do you think would have to happen around some of that?
I mean, as you said, investor protection and investor confidence is key when it comes to investing in Ukraine. And from that perspective, I think there are several steps that are already being taken by Ukraine, but I think there's plenty to do. As everyone said today, there's a lot going on. There are a lot of priorities for Ukraine, both in the short term and the long term. I think there are several steps that can be taken now, and one of those are, and we always love to use that runway analogy. In order to run a plane, in order to land a plane, you need a runway. And you don't have to build, in the short term, the entire infrastructure surrounding the airport. You don't have to have hangars and lounges and coffee shops. You just need a basic runway so that an investor can land safely, and they can feel confident that their money and the investment is protected. And I think there are several things that at least we are hearing from private sector, both in the UK, in the US, but also internationally, that they would like to see in the short term. And the short term is, of course, looking at investor protection and access to dispute resolution mechanism and arbitration. In the short term, that could be access to international arbitration courts, but at the same time, simultaneously building the capacity of the Ukrainian judges and potentially putting twinning initiatives with UK, US judges to reform the Supreme Court and legal system in Ukraine. Another thing that's quite key is to go back to that transparency and accountability. So looking at digitalization, we know tech is really strong. There's some fantastic efforts in Ukraine put into digitalization agenda, and more recently, UK has been exploring ways of digital twinning with Ukraine to kind of facilitate some of the investor confidence in the area. But looking at digitalization agenda, perhaps digitalizing the justice sector so it is more transparent, looking at potential exchange consolidation or looking at creation of central counterparty. These are the things that come up. Looking at, I think Ed mentioned about technology. More recently, the Securities Commission mentioned they would love to acquire Bloomberg monitoring systems to help with investor protection and data, providing the correct data. And we have all of these issues surrounding RegTech and SupTech to create that investor confidence, but also creating things like sandboxes and one-stop shops. One-stop shops are a great way, and we've seen this implemented in the UK and other places. They're a fantastic way for investor to come in and get everything they need to do to register the business in one place. Sandbox is a fantastic way of very rapidly testing ideas so that then they can easily or much easier acquire capital needed to either set up the business or scale up the business. So I think, you know, we could probably talk about it for quite a long time. And maybe just a couple more things to add here. Having good due diligence processes and procedures in place when evaluating projects, the bankable projects. I think we know there's a quite short capacity amongst the Ukrainian counterparties to do so, and I think that's something that international investors specifically are looking at. But also improving licensing conditions for commodities market, trade in financial institutions, looking at becoming a signatory, full signatory to IOSCO, multilateral memorandum. So there are quite a few things that Ukraine can do in the long term, but having that big picture in the short term, but having that long-term picture is also something that really matters. So having that clear strategy of what Ukraine wants to look at once the war is over will be key.
You know, Anna, you raised a few interesting points, and you know, I want to ask this of the three of you. You know, maybe Sergey, we could start with you. But I know one of the challenges, let's say, Ed, you and I would have if we're having regulatory discussions here, or Anna, you have the same thing in the UK of, you know, we can have a 120 or 150 year set of corporate governance, right, and financial services laws and regulations, and we very often have to look at things through that scope. So, Anna, as you sort of laid out, well, there's a short-term challenge, there's a long-term challenge, but technology does provide an ability, right, to actually make some jumps, right, that can sometimes be harder for a more mature system to make. So do you sort of see technology as being a part of this system, to allow for that, the longer term plan, but also to create that certainty and comfort that allows capital to come in? Sergey, let's start with you.
So definitely, we live now in the world with so high developing technologies which change our world so fast, and that's really the challenge for the regulator to adapt, to be updated, and to take the correct decisions. So one probably very nice example of that is the regulation of virtual assets. So probably in Ukraine before the full-scale war, actually before the full-scale war, the draft for regulation of virtual assets was developed. It was adopted in the first months of the war with some hope that will help to bring the investors in the virtual assets to Ukrainian markets. So it will help to develop the market. But so far there were some issues related to the taxation, to the taxation of virtual assets, and this at the end the additional legislation needed to put in action this basic law was not adopted. And at the same time, just recently, last year, the Europeans issued so-called MiCA. So the regulation for crypto assets.
Yep.
And now we are try to understand and try to make the choice. What should be our best strategy? To finalize the legislation we already have, understand that it will be outdated in a year, or try to implement probably not completely this MiCA legislation, but at least some simplified version of it in order to be in line with European standards, to which we again moving forward in the medium term. Again, so it's not an easy solution. So we, for example, in that particular case, we started the expert consultations with the IMF. Also attract another experts in this field, and again, so I hope that at the end we will find some solutions which will be beneficial for the Ukrainian financial market, and particular for this segment in crypto assets.
So Anna and Ed, any thoughts about technology?
I mean, there are three areas that we see at NASDAQ that are just critical in making a market work. One is the trading technology. So at 9:30 in the morning here in the United States, 4 o'clock, billions of shares are traded. People have lots of confidence that it'll be executed cleanly without problems. But you need to have the technology that can scale and handle that. Two is the surveillance of the market. Our markets and markets around the world that have good technology, they're well surveilled, and the bad guys know I'm being watched, and if they know they're being watched, they don't do bad things. Right. So we can slow down a market as much as you need. I don't care how fast you trade, we can see what you're doing. They know that, so we have clean markets. And the third is the data itself is the lifeblood. So if you want to trade Ukrainian stocks in Ukraine, we would want to help to make sure that the data around that trading is accurate, clean, reliable. That will feed more trading. Yep. So those three areas are areas that, from our experience, are critical to making a capital market vibrant and raising more capital.
Anna, any quick thoughts?
I fully agree with Ed on what he said about capital markets, and I think in terms of the financial sector, full stop, technology and digitalization can help immensely. Again, if you have a one-stop shop that can be digital, that provides fast service, provides great investor confidence. If you have a single window investment promotion agency, which is something we've been discussing and the government of Ukraine has been discussing recently, again, that will just feed into that protection, investor protection. I think another thing that we need to look carefully at is cyber protection and cyber security, which is something that was discussed in one of the previous panels. But I mean, it's one of the building blocks, but I think from the financial sector perspective, and we all, whatever business we are in, we need financial services. We need access to finance. We need accountants. We need that sector to be fully functioning. And whatever sector we are in, we need that investor confidence. But there are a lot of reforms going on in Ukraine at the moment, and the key to delivering them is to bring the private sector into reform agenda, communicate clearly those reforms, implement them, and someone needs to be held accountable for the implementation of those reforms. So I think what we are trying to do very quickly is to bring, we are calling it a nation building program, where we are bringing different stakeholders, and we are hoping that over the next year, together from Ukrainian market, to come together and discuss these reforms so that everyone buys into the reform agenda that Ukraine is proposing. And I think that will be one of the key successes of economic growth in Ukraine.
If I could just mention, NASDAQ, of course, is active here in the United States, but we're members of City UK in London also, just like we're members of the Chamber.
Yep.
And City UK is an umbrella organization of financial companies that want to help Ukraine. And just as the Chamber is bringing companies together here, they're doing it in London. I think that's the good news, and that there are more people announcing more initiatives to be part of the recovery of the Ukrainian economy. We're proud to do it under City UK, working with the Chamber and others in the financial community, but they're stepping up.
Absolutely. Ukraine has a strong two allies here, both Ukraine and both UK and US, on the top, of course, EU.
So, Sergey, we have Ukraine working with, right, private sector partners like NASDAQ and Citi UK, to develop, capital markets that are going to be important for Ukraine's economic growth. And that's something that should have happened anyway, right? And, you're creating those conditions for capital to come in. So to give you the last word here, with this audience here in Washington, what is it that you would like everybody here to know that maybe we haven't covered, or that you think is imperative for them to know as they're thinking through these issues through this conference today?
Again, I suppose my conclusion is quite straightforward. So our efforts together with the support of our international partners definitely should bring very, I would say, bright fruits. And I think that Ukraine has a lot of potential in different areas, and definitely the development of the capital markets can facilitate the materialization of this realization of this potential. So let's combine our efforts and let's achieve a result.
And we will leave it there. So thank you very much. So everybody, please thank Sergey, Anna, and Ed Knight. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure.
A pleasure. The same here as well.
Thank you for being here for this fireside chat, and I'm very, very privileged to moderate this discussion with Scott Nathan, the CEO of U.S. International Development Financial Corporation, TFC. Scott, welcome.
Thank you.
And I'll just say that TFC has been very active in Ukraine. In our case, I'm a senior partner of Horizon Capital, a private equity fund manager investing in Ukraine. We felt this contribution in the most direct way. Thank you for the investment into our fund that has catalyzed much more. So we managed to put together a $350 million fund, and that money is going to good use right now. Yeah. We've already done 3 investments in Ukrainian companies, and we're about to finalize the 4th. So thank you very much, Scott.
Fantastic.
For what you and your team have done. Maybe to start with, for the benefit of the audience, maybe you'll tell us what TFC does and what has been TFC's commitment in Ukraine so far.
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you to the Chamber for hosting this event and for having us here. And to you, Vasily, thank you for moderating this conversation. And congratulations to you and your partners at Horizon Capital on such a successful closing. $350 million being raised for private equity in this environment for Ukraine and Moldova. That is an immense achievement. It's incredibly important. And we're delighted as the U.S. government, as the Development Finance Corporation, to be one of your limited partners, along with our colleagues in the development finance world, who have been also stalwart limited partners of your effort. We look forward to seeing the fruits of your labors and the investments that you make. You asked about the Development Finance Corporation. We're the modernized International Development Bank of the United States. We're the successor to several different institutions in the United States, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, OPIC, being the primary one. And OPIC was very involved in Ukraine from independence through the late 90s and into the 2000s after the initial invasion of Russia in 2014 of Ukraine. OPIC really stepped up its activity. When the current wave of the Russian aggression against Ukraine happened on February 24th, 2022, our institution had a portfolio of around $800 million of investments in Ukraine. And our first order of business was to make sure that our current clients had everything that they needed in order to stay in business, keep people employed, and keep producing for the Ukrainian economy. Since then, we've expanded our activity materially. In the last year, we've done about $450 million of new investments in Ukraine across a number of economic sectors and across our range of products. Direct lending, loan portfolio guarantees to support small business through financial institutions, and equity investments like with Horizon. We've also used our political risk insurance tool, which has war risk as one of the claims it protects against, as an important tool for helping to mobilize capital to invest in the Ukrainian economy. So we're involved in agribusiness, in energy, in support for small business, and looking for more deals. We have a robust pipeline, and really at the end of the day, DFC is open for business in Ukraine now and into the future to help support the economy, to provide the capital that private business needs to keep the war effort going.
Thank you.
That's worth clapping.
Yeah, that's certainly worth the applause.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just to bring it to life, so you have about 1.2 billion in exposure in the country, and you've traveled to the country 3 times.
That's right.
So you have a first-hand experience of things on the ground. So how have your customers coped, and what have you learned for them, and what does it mean for your role in the country and your ability to add most impact there?
Yeah. So our customers have experienced a wide range of impacts from the war, obviously. In some cases, assets that we've insured have been occupied by the Russians. In other cases, clients have needed additional capital. That's why one of our first moves was with Bank Lviv, an existing customer, where we've provided subsequent additional financing through loan portfolio guarantees so that they could get money to the small business people, to the entrepreneurs, to the small farmers, to the rural businesses that without access to capital couldn't plant for the next season, couldn't buy the fertilizer, fuel, tractors and seeds they need for the next growing season, or the people who run cafes or even floral shops in cities in Ukraine who couldn't have the working capital necessary to keep people employed and to keep paying taxes. So that was the first thing that we focused on. But beyond that, we've, particularly in the agriculture sector, looked at businesses that are profitable but don't have access to the capital markets. And along with colleagues at the EBRD and at the IFC, we supported a company called MHP with nearly $500 million of financing so that they could roll over the debt that they had. And despite being profitable, they could have ended up in a default situation if we hadn't provided that. So it's the full range from very large access to financing through our direct loan programs or loan guarantees to financial institutions, where we've done so far 4 programs for a total of $100 million. To get money in the hands of small business, to the kind of risk mitigation tools like the political risk insurance I mentioned.
Thank you, Scott. And just to double click on this one, I assume there could be people in this audience who consider partnering with DFC. So sector-wise, where are your priorities going forward?
Yeah. So we're focused on the sectors that are most important for the Ukrainian economy. As I mentioned, small business, the engine of growth in most economies. It's true in Ukraine as well for employment and economic activity. We do that through support for financial institutions. We've done 4 loan programs already. We have more in our pipeline and want to continue doing that activity. The mobilization of capital through that activity is important. Agribusiness, it's a huge strength of Ukraine. There's a lot of opportunities to support businesses despite the horrible conditions. Businesses are still plowing forward, making investments, keeping people employed, and producing. There's a whole logistics and transportation element to that we're also looking at supporting. And then some of the kind of financial infrastructure for the economy, investing in insurance to make sure that that critical component of any functioning economy has the capital necessary to provide risk mitigation tools across the whole economy. That's something we're really focused on and looking at.
Yes, thank you. On insurance, by the way, that's an important one. So I can also speak from our experience of our portfolio companies. So we are investors in some 20 companies in Ukraine right now. And of course, businesses at some point withhold capital investment simply because there is the risk of the asset being destroyed by a rocket or by a drone. So you have an insurance product. Maybe you can speak to that in more detail, and how can it help unlock more investments to the country?
Well, since the Marshall Plan, since 1948, in the Economic Recovery Act passed that year, the United States government has been involved in providing political risk insurance, insurance that's focused on political violence, expropriation, or war risk, in order to take that element of financial analysis off the table. Businesses can look at cash flows, think about what kind of financing that they can provide based on credit risk or the investment opportunity, but pricing that tail risk of war damage, political violence, expropriation is quite difficult. Since 1948, the United States government has been involved in providing this tool. Our predecessor agency since 1971. We've done over $50 billion face amount of this product around the world. And it's been an important tool for mobilizing capital to the private sector. It's also been quite profitable for the U.S. taxpayer. Despite such a large face amount of exposure, the unrecovered damages that we've had to pay out are really quite minuscule. There's only been a little over $1 billion of claims, and we've had close to 97% recovery rate on that. So it's a very effective tool. We're looking to deploy that. We've made 2 contracts since February of 2022. One for a clinic called Superhumans, which is providing care to amputees and war veterans who have been injured during the war. We provided political risk insurance to the investors to build that clinic. And another investment we recently did through political risk insurance was to an agricultural processor called Canpack. We have a very large pipeline of other deals. The Ukrainian government is very interested in this product, and we think it's going to be a very important tool going forward for the Ukrainian economy today, and certainly as we get to reconstruction and recovery.
Thank you, Scott. And we only have like a very short time allocated for these fireside chats, so some of the questions will have to be in a so-called rapid fire format. And rapid fire is probably a poor choice of term for context where real fires are happening. But if you allow me, a number of very short questions requiring short answers, ideally several words answers or 1-2 words answers. So first, let's try it. Let's try it. We're also coping with, the post-lunch, dynamic of any conference. So let's bring some energy here. First one, what was your most surprising discovery in Ukraine, Scott?
And I guess this probably shouldn't have been a surprise, but on my first couple of visits, I've been to Ukraine many times, but my first couple of visits since February of 2022. I was surprised by how normal things seemed, how much people went about their everyday life, had their normal concerns, were out in restaurants and cafes, continuing to do business and lead everyday life in a way that shouldn't be surprising because people are adaptable and under horrendous conditions, completely unjustified situation. They still go about their everyday life. I found that incredibly impressive. It's a testament to the resilience of the Ukrainian people, the strength of their war effort. It made me feel even more committed to doing all that we can to help support their effort. You also have moments where things don't seem normal, where you're walking by and there's buildings that are bombed out, windows smashed, scorch marks on buildings. So it's that kind of juxtaposition between the seemingly very normal and the completely outrageous abnormal that's going on. And I can only imagine how difficult that is to manage psychologically, to continue to pursue every day while fighting for your future, fighting for the future and survival of your country.
Yes, you mentioned restaurants. Actually, I will not. I cannot not ask you what your favorite Ukrainian food is. Now that you've been there 3 times.
Yeah. Well, I guess my favorite food is maybe a little different than what you're asking. I like chocolate our embassy in Kyiv sells chocolate bars that are actually manufactured in Lviv. They come in a beautiful package. The chocolate is delicious. I filled my suitcase with a lot of that for my wife and kids. So.
Okay, that's a good tip for the audience here. You've been to Ukraine 3 times. When is your next time to Ukraine? Do you plan to still keep going?
I do plan to still keep going. You know, the logistics of it for U.S. government officials are a little complicated. Puts a little bit of a burden on our embassy there. I'm hoping that my next trip is soon, hopefully in the next month or two.
Good. One more question, highly hypothetical one. Let's assume. So imagine you would have President Zelensky on the phone right now. What would be your message to him?
Well, I mean, I did have the opportunity at the signing of the Horizon Capital Fund to sit next to him, so I'm not sure I'd get him on the phone, but he was gracious enough to come to the signing ceremony with all of the development finance institutions that were supporting your fund, and he gave a very strong message. So I would just say, you know, the U.S. DFC is doing everything that we can to support the Ukrainian economy. We're going to continue doing that. I'm very hopeful that the overall effort of the United States government continues at a high level of support. I won't get into the details of that, but it's obvious that I'm hopeful we pass the next package and provide all the support that we can to the Ukrainian effort. And I guess the bottom line, you know, it's certainly something important for Ukraine, something important for Ukrainians, and their really what I think of as God-given right to win this war. But it's also important to us. Ukraine must win this fight. And for me personally, that's a huge passion. And I know for our team at DFC, we're trying to translate that into action, to be open for business today, to doing everything we can today, and into the future to support the Ukrainian economy.
Thank you for this, and maybe the last one then, and here to make it maybe extra complicated for you. What is your one-word advice to the American business relating to Ukraine?
Well, I haven't followed any of your instructions so far, so I don't intend to. I don't intend to now. But if I had to think about one word, it would be invest. I mean, I think we need. Capital isn't the only ingredient necessary for success in this very difficult situation, but it is a necessary ingredient, and we need, you know, the innovation of American business, the energy and spirit of American business, and capital. We need them to make investments and do business to support Ukraine.
Thank you, Scott. And if I might compliment your invest word, maybe the one I would add is invest now, because now is the moment when the country needs that money most. Now, not when the war is over. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for everything DFC does in the country. Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
Thanks.
already messing things up just by getting on stage.
Yeah. All right, great to see everyone. Thanks to our speakers for joining us today. We've got a great panel coming up on risk mitigation. I think one of the challenges of the organizers for this event is that each panel we've done really deeply intersects with every other one. And you know, we've hit risk mitigation in a number of angles throughout the event so far, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to provide some new insights and thoughts on this. You know, we started off with with the Prime Minister mentioning that war insurance is probably the most critical issue to resolve in order to get private capital off the sidelines. We had Secretary Pritzker mention some progress that's expected in that field that might be announced later today. And then we're joined by some wonderful real-life and virtual speakers to dive into some of the topics more concretely. So to my right, we have Carl Kress, who's the Regional Director, Middle East, North Africa, Europe, and Eurasia for USTDA. We have Vladimir Kujo, the Deputy Minister of Economy for Ukraine. And then remotely dialing in, we have Crispin Ellison, partner of Oliver Wyman. And I'll make the bad joke that he couldn't get war insurance to come to Washington, D.C. because the risk to health and well-being is too high here. But he can get it to travel to Kyiv, which has a lower violent death rate. Deputy Minister, if I could start off with you as our guest from out of town. We've you know, specifically with the Marsh product and the effort to introduce more insurance options of the private sector. You know, the government's worked with Marsh McLennan and Lloyd's to put forward a new Unity insurance facility for grain shipments and other critical supplies. My understanding from speakers today is it's been expanded recently to cover all non-military materials as well as inbound and outbound ships. I'd love to have any thoughts you have on how that project was able to come together, what the response from the marketplace has been, and how you see it shaping the direction that we're able to go onward with private sector investment.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to mention in more broader sense. I will start with the more broader that what the really investors need to start investing and to step into Ukraine. And of course that not only the cargo insurance and the vessels insurance, that more broadly, starting from the air defense and the air anti-missiles systems to to cover all the large cities and the production facilities where it will be located or is allocated. So that's the first. Second, of course, the risking, and here we have lots of different instruments, starting from the political risk insurance, and Mr. Nathan also mentioned DFC engagement, the political risk insurance. That's insurance for equity investors and for equity investments, and the guarantees, and that's first. Second, of course, the assets and the facilities coverage. I mean, the cargo, cargo in transit or in silos, in storages. So in here, of course, EBRD is working on the project and facility to be implemented down the road. So that's another type of insurance and the risk that we need to have in Ukraine, because that's about the business continuity in Ukraine. So you can start with the equity investments and the equity coverage. Then once you're stepping into Ukraine, you need also another type of insurance. And of course, the third, the risk sharing facilities and the loan portfolio guarantees for unlocking the Ukrainian local funding for businesses. So, and that's some sort of the ecosystem, really, as the government of Ukraine, endorsing, and with the international community we are working on. Of course, the Black Sea corridor and the Black Sea insurance is a key for increasing exports. So as of now, we of course have, I would say, the pre-war level of the export of grain. So we just exported in average around 12 million tons of export of goods. And of course, the pricing for insurance is important. So that's also among the reasons why we actually implemented the Unity facility. I mean, the government of Ukraine provided actually the $20 million, the first risk layer, I would say, for this facility in cooperation with Lloyd's of London underwriters. So we have 14 of underwriters for risk sharing in that matter. and with Marsh McLennan. So that's important stuff. Of course, we also expect to have more risks solutions for de-risking for investors. So we are also working with the National Bank of Ukraine and with the World Bank on having the local mechanism to engage the local insurance companies. So I would say some sort of this ecosystem we are working on and trying to build down the road for providing the comfort for the existing and newcomers among investors in Ukraine.
It's amazing. That's amazing. So much has come together, and just from my perspective, as a company that still brings ships into the Black Sea, the fact that, it's wonderful that the insurance mechanisms are in place, but far more important, the security system that you've been able to put in place to really open up those lanes is totally, beyond anyone's expectations. Yep. And I've heard from a number of people that some shippers aren't taking advantage of the war risk insurance coming in and out because, in their view, the security situation doesn't warrant the need anymore, which is, in a sense, very wonderful to have a product like that on the market, but security situation no longer demands it, which would be the eventual goal, of course, for all of Ukraine, air defenses and otherwise, that it's just not quite a concern anymore. Let's see. I'll head over to US TDA. You guys have been doing a lot of really interesting work historically and specifically around some very cool developments with Ukraine. I was wondering if you could talk a little high level just about what the priority focuses and the projects that you've done already are, as well as dive into a little bit of the project planning tools that you have in place that Ukrainian companies as well as US investors and companies can utilize as they look to build out infrastructure projects and really evolve their projects in the way that's going to align with what the market can absorb and where US funds can potentially backstop.
Sure, great. Now, for those who are not familiar, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, we support economic development in countries like Ukraine, and really de-risking is sort of critical to what we do or as a core function is that we are looking at how can we help local project sponsors in a country such as Ukraine identify and sort of shape what projects they're going at, prioritize, and then see how we can get the private sector involved from the United States to help them accomplish that. And in a nutshell, there's sort of two baskets. One is we get people together. We brought a delegation, including present company. We met last September, a delegation of 20 Ukrainians to the United States to meet with US companies and sort of get some conversations going about how they can work together. And then we also have grant funding for feasibility studies, technical assistance, pilot projects, feed studies, and so on. Which is the idea is let's get this good idea to the next stage, ideally to financing and implementation. And I think one of the, and part of that is allowing us to start setting the stage for things that can be done, further as the reconstruction or the construction can take place, since there are a lot of risks right now, but that's going to change. And just give an example of, we're just wrapping up right now with a technical assistance with the regulator, the nuclear regulator in Ukraine on adopting doing a licensing gap analysis so that they can start to license and then implement small modular reactors in Ukraine. Ukraine is very focused on and very big utilizer of nuclear power and wants to continue that in the future. So right now, one of the examples of things we're doing is really setting the stage for helping to make that possible in the future.
That's great. And then, Crispin, before turning to you, I just want to do a quick follow-up on this. Minister, as a participant in one of these delegations in the past with US TDA, that's correct? I understand that. I'd be interested from, on your perspective of how you found that as an opportunity to build in ties and figure out ways to move the discussion forward between your country and the United States government.
I mean that's important to have the private businesses foreign direct investments to Ukraine. So we are in tight contacts with the business associations, but with very specific investors as well. So as you might know, we are now in the process of signing the agreement with Waptec. So we have Westinghouse in Ukraine projects and other stuff. So specific projects, that's something that we as the Ukrainian government looking for And building on top of this specific project is the risk insurance, the access to finance, guarantees and other stuff. But primarily, of course, the identification of the investment opportunities, that's the important one. So we are in that way, we are trying to get with investors into this specific discussion.
That's great. And I'll quickly do some hometown boosterism. Wabtec, much of its manufacturing is in Erie, Pennsylvania, where my company was founded and headquartered, and we think there's a lot of good stuff coming out of Erie in terms of the U.S.-Ukraine relationship, given how small of a city it is on the national scale. Crispin, are you getting the audio? Are you in and engaged?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me?
So thanks so much for joining us. Where do we find you right now?
Well, Vladimir and I have swapped over the last week because I was in DC all last week and I'm now in Kyiv. So we have swapped locations. And just to build on what Scott Nathan was saying, I've just been out to a very normal, very good meal in a fish restaurant down the road, uninterrupted by any air raids.
That's wonderful to hear, and I hope the war risk data platforms reflect that state of security and that accomplishment. On that point, I'd love to hear a little bit more about the Marsh McLennan war risk data platform that's come about. I understand you have some insights you can share on that, as well as your views on how. So from my own perspective, I struggle with an absence of data in how we evaluate risk in real terms. I think there's a lot of perception of risk out there amongst the business community, but it's very hard to drill down into actual risk data as far as realization. And so whether through that platform or just more generally as you look at the Ukrainian marketplace, how companies can evaluate their risk and specifically from the insurance perspective, any thoughts you have on how those mechanisms are lining up and how folks can evaluate what's available?
Yeah, if I may, following Vladimir's lead, I'll just expand a bit before I narrow down to that. I mean, broadly, we've been working the last 15 months with the Ukrainian government to try and make war risk insurance more real. That has partly been through focusing on delivering some urgently needed products. We've talked about the Black Sea trade route and ensuring shipping on that. We're now working with the Ukraine government quite closely to develop a facility for aviation insurance so that Ukraine, when the time is right, can start to open up its airspace to commercial traffic in Western Ukraine. And, and more recently, looking at Ukraine has suffered a lot of damage to its energy system over the last couple of months, well reported in the media. We need to replace and repair that. Some of the investment needed will require war risk insurance. How can we rapidly get war risk insurance to cover, new generating capabilities and transmission capabilities, which need to be put in place before next winter? So we're sort of looking at all of that. Going on to the sort of war risk data platform, firstly, if I may correct you, it's not a Marsh McLennan war risk data platform. It is a Government of Ukraine war risk data platform, which we supported them in building. But it's their data, it's their platform. Broadly, the Government of Ukraine, every single explosive incident is investigated and reported in detail, and that data is compiled on a very rich, granular database. And we help the government build a platform to take what is quite often quite classified data out of there and produce it for investors and insurers, granular data of every incident in an unclassified form, so people can actually start to understand what's going on. And there's huge variation of risk in Ukraine. At the front line, on Monday, the Russians fired 18,000 shells, artillery shells, a level of violence many, many times higher than that well reported in Gaza. So the front line, you have a hideous level of violence, not seen since the Second World War. But 2/3 of Ukraine, 1,000 out of 1,500 local communities, have not had a single explosive incident in the 2.5 years since the invasion. And so my plea is use this data platform, and AmCham, I've been promised, will circulate the details of how you can access this data platform, a simple QR code. You apply to the government of Ukraine, answer 6 questions, and if you're bona fide, you'll get on it in a week. It's a very sexy, it's a great example of Ukrainian IT technology. Using that platform, you can actually really assess historic risk. It doesn't say what's high risk, what's low risk. It gives you granular data on what's happened so that you, investors, you, insurers, can make your own judgments about it. And, so I would sort of commend that to you. As I say, it's a Ukrainian platform, and anyone who is serious about either investing or insuring or even understanding what is going on in Ukraine should try to access it.
That's great to hear and a great plug for everyone. In your view, looking at the data that this project compiles, which sounds uniquely valuable, do you see a misalignment between what the market is offering in terms of insurance versus what the data is saying about actual risk to business infrastructure? I speak to so many people who say they aren't doing anything in Ukraine because their companies won't let them go because of the personal risk. Do you see data that reflects this behavior by the market, or is it perhaps perception driven as well?
I think, a lot of it's perception driven. The media, there's not much story around somewhere which has not been hit for 2.5 years. The story is all about what is going on at the front line. And so that is the message that is portrayed. So I think you ask the really important question, why is it so difficult getting insurance? War risk insurance is really difficult everywhere. It's not a mature product. Governments have tended to provide war risk cover. For example, in Israel, it's the government which provides that cover through a guarantee. And so that is a new and innovative product, and we've been working with the Ukraine government to produce innovative facilities to cover it. But I think the bigger challenge is, why is the industry so reluctant to play in Ukraine? And the challenge I would put on the table is, why can't you insure earthquake in Ukraine? Why will the reinsurance industry, they exclude Ukraine from almost all their treaties, their policies. And so you can't insure for earthquake, you can't insure for flood, you can't insure for fire. Nothing to do with war risk. I'm talking general risk. So there's something about actually getting the global insurance capital to reassess how it handles Ukraine and how it invests in Ukraine. Because at the moment, too many people are just saying, no, we won't go near it. And I can understand for war risk that is difficult. But for general insurance, I think that's highly challengeable.
Very helpful. So Minister, obviously living and working in Kyiv, I'd be interested in thoughts that you have on the perception of risk for business people in Ukraine versus the reality on the ground. I was checking, and it's hard to get accurate data, but what I saw most recently, and as horrible as this is, was that about 200 civilians in the first 2 years of the war died in Kyiv as a result of military conflict. And it's obviously the data doesn't tell the whole story, but it is part of the truth. That is a rate that's far lower than many American cities as far as death by crime and other violent incidents. Yet there's no hesitation for companies to allow their people to travel to various cities around the U.S., let alone around the world, where these rates are much higher. Yet you can walk up to nearly any company and find that they are very hesitant to allow their people to travel to Kyiv. Do you have a sense? Is that a branding issue if the data doesn't back it up, or what's the challenge?
I mean, we've liberated 50% of the Ukrainian lands and territories since the Russian invasion. And of course, the Russian barbarism, like in 2022, especially in 2023, it was terrible. But just to understand how to work and operate in Ukraine, you can just explore and learn from the existing investors. I mean, we have lots of them, and we have lots of successful stories, and the profitability still in Ukraine during last 2 years. So, and like learning from these flagship projects, that's something useful. Of course, data platform would be helpful also for newcomers to learn about the communities, local territories in which investors can provide and put production facilities. So anyway, but that's on the ground in Kyiv and in Ukraine, how we see it. So as you see, the Ukrainian economy is still growing. So we have 5% in 2023. We're going to have same levels in 2024. So we have like exports, as I said, at the pre-war level. So we are like investing into the infrastructure projects. We have 50 billion euros Ukraine facility program under the European Commission, and the investment framework is the part, for the risk in IFIs, DFIs activities, and also to provide project finance to investors. So what do we really need now is to leverage and to scale the existing risk. And so that's the question mark, and of course the call for action for reinsurance market, because that's the opportunity also to start working and to provide the funds, and the guarantees from the commercial reinsurance market. Because we are now relying on MIGA, and we in cooperation with the governments, we are raising for MIGA Trust Sure Fund, to provide the guarantees. But again, that's not the commercial market, and without the huge leverage effect. So again, this multi-billion of dollars reinsurance fund, that's something that create the opportunity for insurance market, to provide the investment, guarantees. Yeah.
Could I just say a word building on that, which is, I think, you talked specifically about business travel. Business travel, getting insurance to travel to Kyiv is prohibitively expensive. At the moment, the market is asking for about $1,000 a day for $1 million of insurance. That's prohibitive. We are working on a scheme to try and reduce that, to build a facility, but by about 75–80%. And hopefully that will go live in the next couple of months. But one of the reasons it's so expensive is because the United States government, the United Kingdom government, and many other Western governments have given formal travel advisory: do not travel to Ukraine. And for me, and for those in the State Department, we had this conversation last week, there is a fundamental contradiction saying invest in Ukraine, but do not travel to Ukraine. And we need to address that contradiction. I believe the Ukraine government's war risk data platform gives the ability to make the risk assessment, to say large parts of Ukraine actually should be certainly not tier 1, but tier 2 in terms of State Department travel advice. That would loosen things up hugely.
That's great. And did you want to?
Not on that particular topic.
Great. I was going to direct a question to you on a different topic. As you've been engaging with the private sector, and helping them work through navigating the risks, preparing proper projects, how do you see the appetite for engaging in Ukraine? Is it seen as something that, incrementally they will eventually get there, or do you encounter or see a pathway that can get investors and other companies more actively engaged during a phase of active conflict?
I think we are definitely seeing interest. I mean, we do have companies who are approaching us. We have talking to our Ukrainian partners and so on. And the trick is finding what are the projects that are going to be a match between the two, where we can apply our tools, the project planning tools. And so we're actively looking at that. I welcome anyone in the audience or listening in. If you've got ideas, please send them our ways, and we're happy to discuss those and see if there's ways that we can be supportive. I mean, I think really fundamentally, I was going to echo what Roger Martella said this morning about public-private partnerships, of just that really that's what it is here, is it's our job to take on a certain degree of risk, and we want to do that part to complement what the U.S. private sector can do in trying to get over there.
That's great. And then I'll direct this to Minister as well as Crispin. One thing that I've been hearing in my travels and discussions about this, the outlook is, there's been conference after conference, event after event, and kind of announcement after announcement, as well as lots of good work, but just saying what mechanisms are coming online, as well as we're doing more work, there will be more mechanisms in the future to help the private sector de-risk. And the question is kind of, do we hit a tipping point where we're putting a moral hazard in place where it inevitably incentivizes companies, investors to just keep waiting? Because if they wait a little longer, there might be an easier and more effective mechanism in place to de-risk X amount of their investment, whereas if they move now, they are forfeiting that option. So in essence, building a first mover disadvantage and creating incentives for people to wait to move later. Has there been any discussion on this, and do you see it, back to the discussion on the data, not necessarily matching the risk appetite? Since you're here.
Yeah, I'll then start. So we are not waiting as the government of Ukraine.
Right.
We are trying to be bold and to provide some sort of the comfort and development of the instruments for investors. For instance, Unity Facility and our backstop from the government of Ukraine side. So we provided the first time this public-private partnership. So we are developing the Ukrainian Export Credit Agency. And we are just finalizing the bylaws, which allows also to use the guarantee from the Ukrainian credit agencies for the Ukrainian exporters, to get the access for investments, investment loans, and for investments. And FDIs would coming into Ukraine that would become the Ukrainian exporters at the end of the story, right? So that's also the incentives we are providing on our side. So I mean. So on the government of Ukraine, we are trying to develop, despite everything, the available instruments. Same for MIGA Sure Trust Fund, and we acknowledge and we are grateful for the UK, for Norway, for Taiwan, for other countries, for the US, also to contribute to the fund, which also allows, the risk MIGA's transactions and the guarantees. So on our side, we are doing all our best, for providing the comfort for investors.
And Crispin, quickly, we're about 20 seconds left, so any words, and then we'll close.
Okay. I think the game at the moment is we have a high-intensity conflict going on in parts of Ukraine. We won't get large-scale deployment of insurance capital for war risk until the level of violence diminishes hugely. So what we should be doing now is getting high-risk insurers to invest in low-risk projects, to try innovative solutions, public-private partnerships. So we build confidence. And then when violence diminishes, and we all hope that'll be soon, but whenever the violence diminishes, there is confidence in the market, and so insurance capital can move in at scale. The risk is if we don't do that now, we'll end up with a vacuum, and some of the lessons of Iraq won't be learned.
Yeah, well, it's a good motivating point to end on, a warning of a bank run in reverse. So thanks to our wonderful speakers, all the great work they do, and we look forward to making more progress ahead together. I was so excited to start. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Derek Berlin with Logistics Plus, and thank you all. we'll see the next speakers shortly.
Okay, folks, welcome. Keith Webster, Vice President here on staff, President of the Defense and Aerospace Council and the Federal Acquisition Council. I'm joined here on this panel with some esteemed guests representing industry and the Department of Defense. To my right is Eric Wagner. He's Senior Director for Government Affairs at Cisco. He has been leading the company's work on a range of technology issues, including 5G, cybersecurity, and Eric came to Cisco from Microsoft. So welcome, thank you for joining us. To his right is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Industry Engagement, representing the Secretary of Defense, Justin McFarland. Justin has served in our military as a West Point graduate, has served several roles in the private sector, and then now is working in the Industrial Base Policy Office at the Pentagon. So Justin, thank you for joining us here. And then to his right is Glenn Goddard, who is the Ukraine Program Manager for Parsons Corporation. Retired Brigadier General, serving our nation. He currently works for Parsons Corporation, where he serves as a lead for the Ukrainian assistance and reconstruction. So thank you, General, for joining us here. So we've got a lot to talk about. One of the first things I'd like to toss out, and we'll just go in sequence here, is the amazing amount of innovation and productivity that occurs currently in Ukraine, both in the productivity sense, the national security sense, and technology sense. And we know that's motivated by war. But there are other factors that are influencing that success, and I'd welcome your thoughts on, beyond war and survival, what other factors may be at play on such innovation and production. Please.
Great. Thank you so much, Keith, and to the Chamber for the opportunity to join you here today. At Cisco Systems, we've been working very closely with the U.S. government and the Ukrainian government on providing assistance in places that we can help with the resilience of their networks and infrastructure. And about $23 million in aid overall, about $8 million of that is in funding to NGOs. About $15 million of that is in kind. And I think, to Keith's point, that in terms of innovation, I think a great example is one of our engineers from our Cisco Talos threat intelligence team realized that there were disruptions that were happening in the power grid, and essentially the electronic warfare on both sides were causing GPS to go out, and that was being used by the power company to do load balancing. And so we realized that if we were to reprogram switches that we have that have quartz clocks in them, they might be able to step in and then monitor that traffic and look for outages of GPS and provide information, timing information in the right format that would obviate the need to do scheduled blackouts and brownouts. And I think this is important in three. Also, we've done significant work around providing training to displaced people inside of Ukraine who had to move from eastern parts of the country to western parts of the country. The theme here is similar, though, which is that we want to make sure that we give the government and the people of Ukraine the tools that they need to be resilient during this time. Training that's important to be able to run systems, reliable infrastructure in terms of the electricity grid, and IT systems that will help them to protect their critical infrastructure. And this is about, A, surviving today, but then also making sure that the country's in a position to be resilient and up and running when this conflict hopefully ends as soon as possible, such that the country is a vibrant economy that's able to attract foreign direct investment, and that's what will be necessary in order to make sure that that Ukraine is able to participate in the markets on a going forward basis.
Excellent. Thank you. Justin, some thoughts?
No, I appreciate that. First of all, thank you for having me. Always good and excited to talk about this topic. So I will leave off the the fact that they're in a wartime environment, and that necessitates a lot of innovation, just trying to stay alive. But I think also looking back at some of their history, Ukraine used to be the production center of the Soviet Union, and so that capability, that capacity, still resides there. And just thinking of the various stories that I've heard over the past couple years on their ability to rapidly take technologies and integrate them indigenously. Taking a munition that's not supposed to work with this platform and make it work because they have to is phenomenal. And so I think that's one of the key things that's allowed them to do that is their prowess in manufacturing. And I think we definitely need to look to leverage that a lot more, especially as we're trying to shift on the U.S. side, speaking from a DoD perspective, from providing them with, munitions and materials to also helping them generate and build those types of capabilities themselves. I mean, some of the things that they've done around sustainment and being able to, 3D print parts, things that in the U.S. system, we have all kinds of, qualification requirements and checks, but when you're in a wartime environment, those things have to get shifted a little bit to the side. And so their ability to really rapidly innovate and do a lot of different manufacturing kind of capabilities has been really helpful for them in the conflict.
Excellent. Thanks. Clay?
Thanks for the question. I'm very pleased to be here today. What I find when trying to frame this to other people of where Ukraine could go is let's look at a historical parallel, and that's Korea, 1952. Devastated by war, the U.S. and other countries came in to help defend that, and then, although starting from scratch, they built up one of the pearls of the Orient. Right? This is one of the leading countries now, the most wired country in the world, consistently innovating, a leader in consumer goods, but now also a leader in defense production. And that's where Ukraine could be. That's the vision that they could take a look and say, hey, let's copy what they did. We'll just do it faster. And I know the Ukrainians could do that.
Very good. All right, so what we've heard is protecting the fundamental building blocks to enable production and activity today, but also to build that foundation to build on tomorrow, infrastructure, grid. We've heard about, and we forget, I did, that they were a huge manufacturing sector in the past and today, and they have those skills and capabilities in place, and they're utilizing those today, and that'll enable them for tomorrow. And then a great example, hadn't thought about it, South Korea, and where they were after war and where they are today, and a great vision of hope there. So we had talked earlier in the back room about both governments. What is the Ukrainian government doing and the U.S. government doing to enable some of the success that you've been having with your company in Ukraine? Could you share with us a bit of that, Eric?
Yeah, the example that I gave you before about building out our Net Academy program in the western parts of Ukraine, and recognizing that actually the needs had shifted from what we anticipated would be demand in Poland for these training resources to say that it should be positioned in western Ukraine. That information came to us as a direct conversation actually between the USAID administrator Samantha Power and our CEO Chuck Robbins at an event actually that took place at the World Economic Forum in Davos that was hosted by the First Lady of Ukraine. And so those opportunities to bring business leaders together with government leaders to have frank conversations about where the gaps are and what needs to be addressed, I think was really important. And then in the course of delivering these resources, We work very closely as well with the Education Ministry and the Minister for Digitization inside of Ukraine. So those conversations, again, are really important in terms of understanding where the needs are. The other place that in the education space that we've been able to be of use is we provided wireless routers and then cameras to about 1,000 schools across the country to hopefully enable greater use of remote learning in situations where in-person learning was difficult or impossible. So we're really honored to have the opportunity to help. We provided resources in the security space as well too. We have equipment that we provided that enables the continuity of government, including DNS filtering and security. And so, but we wouldn't really know where the needs were, and we wouldn't be able to facilitate them if we weren't having this kind of conversation between the private sector and both governments.
Perfect. So, Justin, I'll come back to you in a minute. Glenn, thoughts on governments enabling?
Well, so let me start with something that the U.S. government could do that is holding back growth, and that is the administration's policy on not allowing American boots on the ground on a permanent basis. So let's take an example such as MRO, maintenance, repair, overhaul facilities. Right now, all war material has to go all the way back to Poland to be repaired. I've got companies that would love to be in Ukraine doing this, but administration policy is preventing that under a U.S. government contract. And if they were allowed to do that, they're bringing in millions to create an MRO facility. Dozens of Americans are teaching hundreds or thousands of Ukrainians how to do this in a modern Western manner. And there you have that technology transfer, so the Ukrainians learn how to do this on their own in a few years.
All right, that's very insightful. I appreciate that. Justin, some thoughts on?
Yeah, sure. And I'll say two things. The first, well, I'll circle back to your point on the second. But the first is, for those that follow kind of these conversations, closely, they might recall, you all might recall, I know Keith, you were there, the Ukraine Defense Industrial Base Conference that was held here in D.C. Last December. And at that conference, our leaders of Department of Commerce, State, and Defense announced the Ukraine deal team with members from each department to really facilitate and encourage additional commercial investment and business in Ukraine and with the Ukrainians. And so we've been very, very closely monitoring that and participating in that. I think it's been a little bit reactive, and so we've seen some companies have engaged in asking for licenses and things of that nature, but it hasn't been as robust as what we would like. And I think it's for a lot of the things that have been talked about today. I heard when I came in, folks were talking about insurance challenges and things of that nature. So one of the things that we're looking at right now is how can we be more proactive? How can we really identify where, what are the areas specifically that we're really seeking to get this investment, engaging with those industries, engaging with those companies, and engaging with those leaders. So you mentioned direct engagement with your CEO really led to very valuable actions being taken. And so that's what we're looking at right now is where are those direct connections that we need to make and those conversations that we need to have in order to really encourage and push forward, push the envelope on this. And circling back to the comment that you made, I've heard that repeatedly, I would say over the past 6 to 8 months, and there are some misconceptions, but I think you're pretty close on it where right now there is a policy in place. Well, I wouldn't say it's a policy, but the Department of Defense does not have any contracts where, and it's not doing contracts where the place of performance is in Ukraine. I think that we're thinking about how that impacts things, and if we need to reevaluate that position. And so I can't announce anything or go into more detail, but it is something that we're definitely thinking about and taking into consideration. But I would also say that that discussion, those considerations are also tied to the supplemental. And I think that's one thing that we do need to acknowledge is the impact that inaction has had on not just Department of Defense ability to help the Ukrainians, but almost the whole of government, and also signaling to the international community, the help that we're providing. And I think that at this point, playing politics with people's lives is a little bit dangerous and not being good partners. And so I'm always, anxious and hopeful that our legislative bodies will pass some type of funding to ensure that we're able to do what we really want to do, partnering both with industry and the Ukrainian government. But a lot of that really requires additional funding.
Yep. All right, so here, I hear we need, so as enablers, we need to pass that supplemental. We're 100% behind that. We need to revisit our policies that adversely impact progress. I heard that. And then we heard the importance of high-level dialogue. Samantha Powers, that's pretty darn high, and your CEO. So that's fantastic. All right. So
I would say that it definitely helped move things inside the company.
Probably in government as well. No doubt, no doubt. All right, in our waning time here, I want to come back to investment. What needs to happen to kick up investment? And this is really looking at post-conflict, the South Korea concept. What, in a few minutes, should we be doing to think about how to enable post-conflict investment?
Look, what companies look for in an environment is that there's stability, and stability in terms of there being a workforce that's educated, that is that has skills that are valued, that you have infrastructure that is reliable, and that includes, again, the power grid, and then making sure you have IT networks that are capable of handling traffic. And those are foundational things that if you don't have them, you're not going to get investment.
Justin?
And as you mentioned, I currently a DoD employee, but did spend a decent chunk of my career in the private sector. And one thing I know from working in those environments, the business case. And there has to be a clear and clean business case. And I think how we can partner with industry and with companies to help facilitate that and understand where there might be gaps in their business case is something that I think we're definitely willing and able to do.
All right, thanks, Justin. Glenn?
Well, really, just the conflict. If for some we could have the conflict end tomorrow, I think that both U.S. and EU companies would be flooding this, because this is a market that has educated, inexpensive labor right next to Europe. It's really part of Europe. And that would be a place to go in, and you could make a reasonable investment and sell it worldwide for whatever you wanted to create there. And, from there, the sky's the limit. I know the Ukrainians want to become the defense industrial base for that part of the world, just like the Israelis did many years ago. I think that that's a very plausible business case.
Excellent. Well, when I put money in a parking meter, there's a big clock running down here. I want every minute I pay for it. And guess what? We just went over a little and we didn't get a ticket. Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to thank Justin for taking the time out of a busy schedule at the Pentagon to join us once again here at the Chamber. I had you here last week. So thank you for your time. I want to thank our sponsors representing Parsons and Cisco. Thank you so much for joining us out of your busy schedule as well to share lessons learned and what works and what needs to be done to work better. So thank you so much. Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. This is the final session of today, just before closing. And as we were being mic'd up, the kind technical staff said they were saving the best to last. And truly, I'm delighted to have here on stage today Jean Fronley, who is the head of the task force of the Ukraine Recovery Conference 2024 from the German Federal Foreign Office. So, JP, it's good to have you here. I think really this is the last panel, and I think what we are doing, we are moving from here to Berlin. I think Secretary Pritzker today said we are
I wrote down the number. I think it's 55 days away. So 55 days to go. I believe it's June. When is
11th, 12th of June.
Okay, so June 12th. Where is it? In
Berlin.
Berlin. Okay. And just in a nutshell, what will happen in Berlin on June 11th and 12th?
Thank you very much, Andy, for having me here. And first of all, I would thank you all for receiving me. Let me make one remark beforehand. I think, and that's a bit my message also here when in my talks here in DC, the support for Ukraine is our common transatlantic endeavor. And support for Ukraine is an excellent example of transatlantic burden sharing. As well in the military field and military action, and support for Ukraine is of utmost importance, especially now. And also in the field of civil support for Ukraine and recovery, and in the field of recovery and reconstruction. So we are not reinventing the wheel with the conference in 2 months. So we are embedded in a series of conferences started in 2017 with a reform angle that has been shifted after Russia's aggression and an invasion towards a recovery angle. And of course, there will be another conference, a series of conferences after Berlin next year. Italy is already standing ready to be the host next year. So we are not reinventing the wheel also concerning topics. We take on board what has been discussed in Lugano in Switzerland in 22 and in London last year, meaning what are we taking to Berlin from Lugano? That's what we call the whole of society approach, meaning that recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine is not only a government task, a donor task, but it's a multi-stakeholder endeavor, not only going top-down, but equally bottom-up. And that's why we want to bring together in London at the same place, at the same time, all kinds of stakeholders, business representatives, civil society, regional representatives from Ukraine and internationally, as well as, of course, government leaders. So it will be a hybrid conference where, I mean, international heads of state and government, foreign ministers, meet with civil society, with NGOs, with business representatives to end up with the same endeavor, which is shaping Ukraine's future. What are we taking from London to Berlin? It's of course a high priority for the question which is of utmost interest here, meaning how can we mobilize private sector and make it of added value for Ukraine's recovery. We of course try to reflect all the questions which have been discussed in the past 6 hours here. That's why I hope that we can take over some of the discussions we have heard here also in Berlin. A final remark at the beginning. This conference is organized together by the German government and the Ukrainian government, so it's really a common endeavor with 100% Ukrainian ownership in there. So it's not a German conference, it's a Ukrainian-German conference, but it's meant as an international platform. So it is of utmost importance to have international content. So the whole international alliance, whole international business community is potentially invited to, if they have concrete and hands-on proposals, to contribute. So what is very important for Chancellor Scholz and President Zelensky, as this is a real hands-on conference, meaning that for each and every panel we are having in mind very much concrete deliverables, be it announcements, be it proposals, be it projects, presentations, looking for funding, already funded, before implementations, ready to implement, so that we are not only talking but really bringing, making a difference very concretely.
So we're here today at the US Chamber, and the audience is the private sector. I mean, what is the role of the business community you see at URC 2024?
So the URC is mainly done for the business community. So aiming towards business already present in Ukraine, but also aiming at business who is very much interested, but not yet having decided to invest in Ukraine. And that's also why I would like to emphasize that when we talk about the thematic priorities of the conference, it's not only about the pure economic and business topics. They will be represented. It's very important to talk about war risk insurance. It's very important to talk about pilot projects for the private sector, but it's equally important, and that's meaning the other pillars, to have, for instance, to showcase and to highlight how far, for instance, Ukraine is already towards its path towards being a member of the European Union, how far Ukraine is already on the reform path, what does that mean concretely, but also on the other hand to showcase how active regions are and how far already decentralization reform went. So showcase regions, cities, communities as key players also for investment and business partnerships.
Right.
And last but not least, focusing also on social recovery, on the human capital factor. We have heard today that demography, bringing refugees back to the Ukraine's labor market, bringing IDPs back, bringing veterans back. These are huge questions also of utmost importance for the business community and for investors, because you need skilled labor, and when so this is also part of our discussions. So we try really to get the topic tackled from different angles.
Okay, and then so JP, what would you like to see sort of practical outcomes out of the events to say yes, this has been a success?
The more it's getting practical and the more it's getting concrete in all the different thematic clusters we have, we are planning, the better it is. So people ask me sometimes, JP, this is going to be another big pledging event where there are big announcements, and after these announcements are waiting years for to be implemented. So that's exactly what we do not want. So we want to be very concrete. So in our approach, a few hundred, several very much concrete deliverables are more of an added value as 2 or 3 big announcements which might stay then on paper. So this can be in the different fields. So of course, when we take the European Union cluster, there will be some presentations very concrete on where Ukraine stands on its way towards the European Union, very much of concrete interest also for the business community. Just 2 examples. The Ukraine plan, another very important reform document, which just has been approved this week by the European Commission, will be presented and dedicated to in an own panel. And another document will be presented by Ukraine, the so-called National Energy and Climate Plan, which is a landmark document because it will decide upon Ukraine's future energy mix. So this is only to give 2 very concrete examples. Obviously, we inviting all stakeholders, be it donors, be it public banks, be it the private business community, to think of deliverables for that conference and to express their interest to be there. And to make a difference here very concretely on the ground.
Yeah, and then final question. It is an invitation-only event. From our side, we want to see as much business there as possible. And I know we are working with the Ministry of Economic Development, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ukraine and Kyiv, and they've asked to provide names of people, names of companies that would like to attend. So anybody who hasn't sent us their names, please do so. But on that point, anything else you can advise for those who haven't received an invitation yet? How does one get one?
Yeah, so I can assure you, invitations have just been sent out to political heads of state and government. There had been a save the date before, so we are just at the beginning of the process. But I can only reiterate what I have said at the beginning, that it's a German-Ukrainian event. So obviously the content, the deliverables, and also the participation is decided upon by the German side and by the Ukrainian side. So I invite everybody also, who is interested to express their interest through the appropriate channels, also in Kyiv and in Ukraine.
Brilliant. Well, on that note, I think, JP, a massive thank you to you, to the German government for hosting us in Berlin. I think we're all grateful. I think we're all coming together. And so we very much look forward to being in Berlin on June 11th, 12th, and seeing you all there. And I think as we do wrap up, before we hand over to John for closing remarks, I think on behalf of all of our members at AmCham in Ukraine, I do want to say a massive thank you to the US Chamber for hosting us today, to Suzanne, to Marjorie, to Ivana for bringing this all together. I think we are seeing phenomenal resilience of member companies continue to operate in Ukraine. We are seeing, the resilience is quite phenomenal. And we are also saying to those companies that aren't yet in Ukraine that Ukraine is open for business. We are there, we are on the ground, we are serving our members, and we were delighted to help you with your business in Ukraine. So, JP, thank you. Safe travels, see you in Berlin. And thank you, everyone. And together towards victory, and Slava Ukraini.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Murphy, Senior Vice President for International here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Many thanks to all of you who have joined in person and virtually today. In particular, I'd like to thank our speakers and panelists for their contributions and for all the work that they're doing, contributing to a better future for Ukraine. The Chamber was delighted to host this forum in partnership with the Departments of State, Commerce, and USAID. We owe a debt of gratitude as well to the Embassy of Ukraine here in Washington for their assistance in coordinating the participation of so many government representatives. The U.S. business community is firmly committed to working together with government partners here in the U.S., on both sides of the political aisle, in Ukraine and globally, to lay the foundation for Ukraine's economic recovery. Support for Ukraine against Russia's illegal and unprovoked war is critical to global prosperity and security. An investment in Ukraine's recovery is an investment in our collective future. I hope the discussions today have left you with some optimism about the future. The scale of the task is daunting. Ukraine will require financial support to bolster its defense and stabilize its economy. And as we're all following, the House of Representatives is now at work on a package that includes aid for Ukraine. We're heartened by the hard work and commitment evident in this process. Many members on both sides of the aisle are working to find a path forward for funding for Ukraine this week. And the Chamber is actively engaged on the Hill to support enactment of this package as soon as possible. In one way or another, we were optimistic that these efforts will succeed. We heard today about some of the conditions that could ease the entry and growth of businesses into the market. These include working with the private sector to coordinate and prioritize assistance and ensure that we build capacity within Ukraine to effectively absorb that assistance. sequencing necessary reforms, including judicial and tax reform, investor protections, procurement practices, corporate governance, and alternative dispute settlement, to create the greatest return on investment and build necessary confidence in the reform process. Implementing international public-private partnerships to guide both economic recovery and physical rebuilding. Adopting risk mitigation measures that can allow companies to grow and protect their assets and people in Ukraine. And continuing to support the regional, commercial, political, and social connections that will underpin Ukraine's security, development, and continued reorientation toward new trading partners. We hope to see these conversations continue at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in Berlin. The Chamber will not flag in this work. We look forward to continuing to work with our members to bring the expertise, resources, and innovation necessary to spur Ukraine's recovery. Thank you. We're adjourned.